through the aisle. Enough seats for us to sit on, By way of housekeeping, Kelechi, please, can you help?
Hi, good morning, everyone. My name is Kelechi Azubike. Look, I work with the SEC. Just housekeeping before we start. Thank you, everyone, for coming, and for everyone that came in early. We appreciate your coming. Just a few rules. Please, let's remember to keep our phones on silent mode. We know a lot of people are still working, so please let your phones be on silent mode. Then, just to note that if there's any emergency, we don't hope to have any emergency. In case of any emergency, the exits are there. Let's just exit quietly as easily as possible. Then also to note that we have restrooms within the complex. Let's just use the restrooms at the exit. We crave your indulgence. We will start soonest. Thank you very much.
Good morning once more. Um, the Director General, Securities and Exchange Commission, who is online presently, the Executive Commissioner, Legal and Enforcement, Executive Commissioner, Operations, who is also online. Commissioner, Legal and Enforcement is here. The Executive Commissioner, Corporate Services, who is also joining us online. Chief Executives, regulators here present, compliance officers, operators in the market. Welcome to the 2025 Compliance Summit. My name is John Briggs. I'm head Lagos Zonal Office, and I'll be moderating this session with my colleague.
My name is Kelechi Azubike. Look, Mr. John Briggs is my boss.
So you're all welcome. This year's, we promise that, as usual, we'll keep to time. And as we proceed, we'll continue to give you details of this program. Okay. So at this point, I think we'll rise for the national anthem. Council, please. much. Sorry. Yeah, you can lead us.
Nigeria, we hail thee, our own native land.
Thank you very much. Can we all sit there, please? The 2024 Compliance Summit themed Navigating Regulatory Challenges Aligning with Changes in FATF Standard in the Era of VAPs provided guidance on virtual asset providers.
This year's edition, themed Innovation and Compliance, Balancing Risk and Opportunities, is particularly significant as it places at the heart of its deliberations the Investments and Securities Act 2025, a transformative legislation that sets the tone for the next phase of market development, innovation, and regulatory clarity. Over the course of today's discussions and tomorrow, we would explore the Act's implications, opportunities, and responsibilities for all stakeholders, amongst other key discussions.
Ladies and gentlemen, prepare for an insightful conversation, expect perspectives and renewed commitment in excellence in compliance. Once again,
welcome to the 2025 Compliance Summit.
You're welcome. Give your hand a round. So, can we go online, please? The Director General is online, and at this point, he will take his opening remark.
Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, esteemed colleagues from the fire
of the 2025 summit. Commissioner Ma, you're welcome.
Good morning once again, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. I want to especially welcome all the CEOs and the leaders of thought that are in this room this morning. I won't take much of your time. The DG had pretty much said a lot of the things I would like to say. But I want to begin by saying that compliance in itself is the culture. It's not about ticking the boxes. It's not just a legal necessity, it's actually a strategic enabler of performance, of measurement. So it is beautiful that we are all gathered here in this room. Please, it's not to mark our presence. It's good that there are this many people here. Last year we had 400 attendees. This year we have well over 800. Yeah, please, let's clap for ourselves. So if that's a measurement, if it's on an indices and you're measuring compliance, that means that we have gone well over 100%, yes. But we have to do more than just show up. We have to walk the walk that it takes. So good morning, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. Last year, standing here again, we had just gray all over us. We're on the gray list. In 2001, we slipped into the blacklist. In 2006, we jumped out of the blacklist. In 2023, we slid back into the gray list. And in 2025, precisely in October, we came out. I think the whole intent, yes, thank you. So the whole intent of this summit is to make sure that we never slid back into a gray list or even worse still into a blacklist. And what does that mean for every single one of us sitting in this room? It means that we all have to do our part to ensure that, first, you as capital market operators are doing the things that are required to be compliant, and we as the regulator are oversighting and actually punishing what we deem to be non-compliant. But it's not good for even that punishment to arise. It's important that it doesn't. It is important that we self-regulate so that the regulator would have to do not much of the punishment. The positive impact of exiting gray list, I'm sure everybody here would agree, is going to affect everybody's bottom line. All the businesses lost, all the capital that went to other jurisdictions that were compliant. Probably if we show that we have every commitment, not just to staying out of the gray list, but even doing better than that. I know we can do better than some of the other jurisdictions. All it takes is that will, and that will be set by a lot of us in this room, especially the CEOs in this room. What do we expect from this program today? One of the things we would expect for compliance officers in the room, you know that one of the greatest risks is not to know what changes have happened in regulation. It's a very high risk because that automatically means that you're going to be non-compliant. So one of the things we'll be speaking about today will be the new Investment and Securities Act. How does it affect your reporting basket? What additional requirements does it place right on your tables? So we're going to be x-raying the ISA 2025, giving you an idea of some of the areas where you should be paying attention to, and focusing you on what you need to be doing additionally going forward. The next issue is some of the focus that's always come on compliance is with regards to emerging areas, especially in the digital asset space. With new areas, with new technology, come new risks. So we're going to be looking a little bit on virtual asset service providers, some of the intricate reporting requirements that concern that area of business. We would also be looking at financial inclusion as concerns digital assets. And then, to my favorite, we'll be having a round table. So let me call it not a round table. We're going to be having like a fireside chat with the business executives, because we believe if you don't set the tone, it doesn't matter how many summits we do, it doesn't matter how many trainings that we all engage in, compliance levels will still be low. And in that conversation, I would like to expose to the CEOs really the compliance levels, because the compliance levels are nowhere near where they need to be. And we would also like to hear from them, what are some of the things we need to do differently? What are some of the things we are not focusing on? And where do you see the future of compliance? But I know in this room also, as we think and as we go through this program, let's all be thinking strategically. How, where, and every other thing that is compliance. What is the future? Artificial intelligence is here to stay. Data issues are here to stay. Cybersecurity issues are here to stay. Even environmental, social governance issues are here to stay. And we all work one way or another, or at least interface with these issues. So let's all just pay attention to these things, and that will be the focus for this year's summit. So thank you once again. I hope we all have a meaningful deliberation. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Executive Commissioner, Legal and Enforcement. I know we are compliance officers, but it looks like we find it difficult to applaud when it's necessary. Can we give her another round of applause, please? Yeah, so what she has said, as compliance officers, we need to start thinking ahead. It's very important that we think ahead. Artificial intelligence is something that has been taking over jobs. So if we decide not to think and we allow artificial intelligence take over our jobs, then I don't know where we go. But I know it's a bit difficult for that to happen. I believe that we are all up to the task, and we'll do the needful to ensure that our market continues to be compliant and we won't go back to the gray list, not to talk about the blacklist, God forbid. At this point, we would like to take photographs. Executive Commissioner Ama, can you come up? Yeah, so that's part of the program at this point. You have to come up, please. I'm sorry. Then we want to call on our sponsors, the directors, the SEC. Please join the Executive Commissioner for this group photograph so that we can move. You're welcome, Ma. Our sponsors, please, can you come up? MD NCMI. Okay, just a few adjustments. We have some trade group leaders. I know F-Man is here. We'd like to call you up for a few remarks if you want to at this point. Because we are talking compliance and you manage a huge part of this market. So we'll give you a brief 1 minute, 2 minutes, 5 minutes? Thank you very much. 2 seconds.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, my executive commissioners, our regulators, to all of us capital market operators. Significance of what we do here, the annual compliance summit, cannot be disregarded. There's a lot that we have to do as a market to strengthen the economy of Nigeria, and it would be foolhardy of us not to understand the issues around what we're doing. And so I love the theme today because now we're looking at technology, we're looking at innovation, and we're looking at how we can ensure that we enrich our capital markets while securing not just the market, but also the investors in the market. And that's what we're all here to do. I know that we're going to have hearty discussions, we're going to have interesting discussions. This is a very full room, and a lot of the people here are trying to take us to the next level. And this is what we're going to do here today. So I just like to salute the SEC for what they're doing and for not accepting the future and leading us into it. Thank you.
Thank you very much, F-Man. There's no way we would have missed that. We would like to call on another trade group, Ashon. Is there any representative from Ashon here? Please come up, sir. We need to have a goodwill from you. We also want to call on the Association of Issuing Houses. If they are here, please come up. Capital Market Solicitors, ICMRO, the registrars, they are very key in our market. Then reporting accountants. You're welcome, sir.
Thank you very much. Good morning, my executive commissioners. Thank you for coming. And I want to say that as a trade group, Ashon, Association of Security Dealing Houses of Nigeria, takes compliance very, very important in our operation. Because as we introduce products, you are already exposing yourself to many more risks. And if risks are not mitigated, definitely there will be punishment at the end of the day. Not necessarily from the regulators, but it could even lead to collateral damage into your operations, your image in the market. Without the regulator talking to you, the clients you manage, you see that they will desert you because of non-compliance. Therefore, when we talk of compliance, it's not just because we want to tick the box. However, it is important for all of us as operators to make sure that we do it as a culture. We have it as a culture, such that the name of the business we carry will speak for itself. And when this is done all over the world, you can be pointed to, you can be referred to as somebody who has managed investments properly, somebody who has managed funds properly, whose fiduciary duty is to make sure that you make people better than where they are. So this is very key. I want to thank the organizer of this program. It is really very germane to what is happening today. We are being exposed to a lot of risks, both in our workplaces, social life, and everything. Digital asset is coming into the operation, and with digital assets, you know what risk you are being exposed to. Therefore, we must take it so seriously. And as a trade group, I want to assure you that we are in it together. Thank you very much, and enjoy your day.
Thank you very much, Ashon, for that remark. We also want to call on the Compliance Association, Capital Market Compliance Association leadership. Can you join us upstairs, please? I'll be surprised that ICMRO, are you coming up? Please come. Don't be shy. Just tell us how it is. Association of Issuing Houses, no representative here. Solicitors. You're welcome, sir.
Good morning, everyone, ladies and gentlemen. I also want to say good morning to our executive commissioners and the entire leadership of both the Security and Exchange Commission and the NCMI for putting this together. My name is Olalekan Olorunkunle, the General Secretary for CCCOSIN, which is, of course, the Committee of the Chief Compliance Officers in the capital market operators in Nigeria. By the way of remark, it's actually a great thing that we have seen consistency. You know, at the startup of this summit last year, we look at it that this has actually been the art of what the compliance committee has looked forward to have projected as a major contribution to the market, particularly the capital market. Now we are having it with the theme that is tagged this year, which is innovation and compliance. And at the advent of the RegTechs, the new technology, how they mix with our profession, it is something that we are very, very delighted about. And maybe just to say that compliance is not supposed to be, of course, it's not supposed to be an hindrance, but what? To support integrity in the market, to ensure that the investors will build trust continually. And finally, I would just like to appreciate SEC for putting this together, because it has always been, as compliance officers, what we look forward to, where we are in a room together with our executives, and all the pinpoints and all the positions and propositions and posts that we keep pushing to our executive to see how we can grow the entire capital market. When they hear directly from the SEC, then it makes our work very easy. So I appreciate that, of course, all of our members are here, and we are actually going to bear our hearts out and get great value at the end of the day. Thank you very much.
Thank you. You could even clap very well for your president. Secretary. Wow. I thought you would have given him a standing ovation. So, corporate trustees, any representative from corporate trustees? So at this point, we'll move to the photographs. We would like to call on the Executive Commissioner, Legal and Enforcement. You know, your face is very critical. Maybe you need to come up stage. So we'll start taking it. Then all the trade groups, please, those who are here, come and have a snapshot. Please, the representative of the trade groups, please. Can we all come up? Ashon, hello, sir, you don't need to sit. Please come back. Compliance, please, Secretary, can you just come to join the group photograph, please? So the paparazzis, please. Thank you. We'll call on market infrastructure. I see NGS. Please, can you come and join the executive commissioner for a photograph, please? Market infrastructure, please. All market infrastructure presidents, can you come up? Present, please. NASD, NGS, please. Okay, directors from Securities and Exchange Commission, please, can you join in this group photograph? Okay, what do you want? So sponsors, I don't know if sponsors have taken their own photograph. Sponsors alone with the executive commissioner. Please, where are all the sponsors? They would like to also invite all the MDs and CEOs present. MDs and CEO present, please, can you come up stage? Please. MDs and CEOs. Okay. CEOs, wow. Eh? So, thank you. Thank you. Thank you. NCMI, please, can you come up stage to have a snapshot with the sponsors? NCMI, MDMCMI, please. Mr. Kamali, sponsors, please, can you come up? Mr. Kamali. They are here. Sponsors, yeah, specifically. We use the NCMI background, ma. Yeah, NCMI background. Mr. Kamali, you have to stand in between. Dr. Kamali, please, you have to be in between yes, not by the side. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. So as we talk about innovation, innovators don't stop thinking. As compliance officers, we have to think. Kelechi, please, can you come up stage? So we're going to the summit proper.
Okay, thank you, ladies and gentlemen. I'm sure those pictures will look very beautiful when we share them on our social media handles. Okay, we're going on to a presentation, and we all know about the ISA 2025. It's with the sweeping reforms we've had with the ISA. So we're going to have a presentation from the SEC team, and the presentation is going to be on New Compliance Era, Investments and Securities Act 2025. So at this point, may we please invite our presenters from the SEC. The first is Dr. Nestor Ikago. He is the director of the legal department. A round of applause, please, as he comes up to the stage. Next is a face that is also very familiar in the capital market. I mean, if you have any issuances, you must see this face before those issuances go across. May we please invite Mr. Abbas Abdulkadir. He's the Director of the SIS department. Now, when you have issues on enforcement, there's one person that you always go to. He's familiarly known to everyone as SK. May we please invite Abdusalam Saad. He's the HOD of the enforcement department. And lastly, we'll be having Mr. Abdurrashid Danabu joining us shortly. Once he's in the building, he will join us. He's the head of the department. Oh, great, he's here. He's the head of the department, FinTech and Innovation, fondly known as FINO. May I please indulge us to have our questions ready? So at the end of these discussions, we'll take questions that arise from their presentations. May I please invite the first speaker, Dr. Nestor Ikago.
So we'll have to do something very unusual. At this point,
Good morning once again. Sorry for the interruption, but we just felt it's just good for us to use this avenue to pay a respect to some of our colleagues that we lost some months ago. I'm sure everyone in the hall are aware of that. 4 compliance officers, we actually lost 4 compliance officers at the fire residence at Afriland building. So we just want to request that if we can observe a minute silence to just pay respect to our colleagues. Please, if you don't mind, I'd like us to be on our feet. Thank you very much. We pray that their soul rests in perfect peace. In Jesus' name. Thank you.
okay, thank you very much, Dr. Nestor. You have 25 minutes, sir, for your presentation.
So I need to come down.
Yeah, that's fine. You can use any of the mic. Thank you.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Good morning, Executive Commissioner, Legal and Enforcement. Good morning, CEO. I'm here to make a presentation on the key reforms of the ISA 2025. As there's no projector, I may come down to be able to look out the slides. So the key issues here of the ISA 2025. Next slide. The outline of this presentation, just to give an overview, while my colleagues will give a deep dive of the issues. In the outline, we made out the introduction, major highlights of the ISA 2025, SEC objectives and expanded functions, the strengthened SEC powers, enhanced inspection and investigative power, combating investment fraud and prohibited schemes. The next is a reformed IST, Investment and Securities Tribunal structure, the broader compliance and enforcement mechanisms, regulatory implications and conclusion. Next slide. By way of introduction, what is the objective of this? It's just to present the key reforms. The goal is to enhance understanding of the new legal framework for the capital market. The focus is to discuss the anticipated impact of the action on SEC, regulatory authority, enforcement, and compliance. Next slide. The major highlights of the ISA 2025 include enhanced regulatory powers of SEC. The ISA has given SEC enhanced powers. recognition and regulation of digital assets and derivative markets. Since virtual and digital assets have been described as securities, it's now fall under the purview of the SEC to regulate same. The next thing is the registration and regulation of online forex trading activities, platform, and intermediaries. The next major highlight is the stringent measures against the Ponzi scheme, pyramid schemes, and other illegal prohibited schemes. The next is the strengthening of a legal framework for commodity exchange ecosystem, expansion of investor protection to cover pecuniary loss arising from revocation of cancellation of registration of daily member firms. This was included in the new ISA, which the old ISA 2007 does not cover. The next, the strengthening of the IST, Investment and Securities Tribunal. The Act still re-emphasized its exclusive jurisdiction over capital market matters, enhanced their powers, and expanded the composition of the tribunal. The next major highlight of this act is the provision of greater flexibility on raising of funds from the capital market by the federal government agencies, state, local government, and their agencies. Next slide, please. SEC objectives. Part 1, Section 3 provides for SEC objectives. It reaffirms SEC as the apex regulatory authority of the Nigerian capital market. Then it clearly delineates the issue of the objective of SEC, functions of SEC, and powers, unlike the 2007 Act, whereby the three were mopped up in the same section of Section 13, where it was not, they are not segregated as the powers, the functions, and the objectives. But this new Act has been able to segregate those. So for the objective of the SEC, it includes act in the public interest with respect to protection of investors and promotion of market fairness. It protects integrity of the market against abuses. SEC had objective to prevent unauthorized, illegal, and fraudulent practices. It developed appropriate strategies to manage and reduce systemic risk. Next slide. What are the expanded functions? The expanded functions include regulation of digital and virtual asset exchanges, regulation of credit enhancement services, supervising derivatives, commodity market, and online forex trading activities. These are the responsibilities given to SEC. The next is oversight of the collateral management companies and warehouse receipts. Next is the authority over cross-border securities, mergers and acquisition fairness reviews. Next slide. SEC strengthened powers. The enhanced powers of SEC is the compel audit data and telecom internet records. This provision is a requirement for any security regulator of any jurisdiction to be part of the signatory A. If you do not have this in your act, in your law, you cannot be admitted as a signatory A in IOSCO. So we have been able to put this in this act. The next is the establishment of a national confiscation wallet and multi-party combination wallet. This is an issue of virtual and digital assets, whereby SEC has the responsibility now to discuss with the relevant authorities like EFCC to establish this confiscation wallet, whereby the keys will be given to other regulatory agencies, whereby they will have the multi-party combination or computation wallet to be able, a situation whereby there is a dispute or whereby there is fraud, they need to confiscate the asset first. Upon conclusion of that investigation, all those the assets of the individual will be warehoused in the wallet. Upon investigation, after the investigation, it will now be released. The next is the domestication of private keys. SEC has the responsibility to start the server for this must be hosted in Nigeria for these keys. Then the next is obtain testimony of persons on oath. This is a huge one. SEC has been given the responsibility when SEC is investigating. The officers of SEC, who are the notary public, can demand a statement in writing and has to be cautioned. It's on oath. If it's on oath, it will be tendered as evidence in court. If you lie in oath, you know the consequences. Then the next is collaborate with the relevant authorities in respect of identity management. SEC has been doing that with NIM, with other identity agencies who provide this, because we know who we want our market to be very transparent, to know who and who are coming into the market. Then the next power is enter and seize property, sell premises, and seek an order of forfeiture for all these illegal schemes, prohibited schemes, Ponzi and pyramid scheme. SEC has the powers to enter, seal up, seize, get the court order to freeze the assets, and forfeit the assets to the federal government of Nigeria. Next slide. Then, enhanced inspection and investigation power. The part 7 of the IASA 2025 has shifted the issue of capital market operators to more inclusive term of regulated entities. Because before now, the captains of industry, of the public companies will say that they are not capital market operators. So we have a way a good umbrella to cover everybody. The next is that the Act empowers SEC to conduct routine special inspection and investigation of regulated entities as compliance officers. When you submit returns, the required returns, when we look at this, we will come to look at the books. We will do our spot check. We will do the special inspection and all. Then, another interesting one is that we have authority to seek the third-party information beyond regulated entities. SEC can invite anybody to give evidence, to obtain information from a party that is not a regulated entity. The next is the control and management of failing regulated entities, whereby we see that the regulated entity is failing. SEC can intervene. SEC can appoint the representative to go into the company to see how to salvage the company and or whatnot. Next slide. The part 13 talks on combating investment fraud and prohibited schemes. The Act reinforces investor protection and public confidence. It explicitly bans Ponzi scheme, pyramid scheme, and other prohibited schemes. There's a stringent penalties for this now. For the promoters of these illegal schemes, 20 million naira fine or 10 years imprisonment or both. SEC has, like I said before, SEC has the power to enter, seal up the prohibited scheme, get order from the court to seize the assets, freeze the assets of the illegal scheme, and the issue of a seek order for forfeiture of the all access realized to the federal government, where before then, SEC will always like to deduct the cost of doing this action, the expense incurred in getting the assets before forfeiture. Next slide. Then the Reformed Investment and Securities Tribunal structure, which is in Part 17 of the Act. The tribunal membership has increased from 10 members to 12 members. The members are appointed by the President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria on the recommendation of the Minister of Finance. The composition is a blend of legal experts, seasoned market professionals, which for the composition, now the lawyers the 12 members, the lawyers have been increased from 4 to 7 members. So 7 members of the tribunal, they have to be lawyers. Then the enhanced powers of the IST. The exclusive original and appellate jurisdiction. Even before now, when lawyers who go to file cases in IST, they are confused as to whether they will use original application or appellate application, and the IST always frown at that. They always determine that. But for now, for the new act, it has segregated that and given the want cases to come by way of originating summons, and they want to come under the appellate jurisdiction. Then now, the ISA has given IST power to enforce its judgment, which is before now, if you have a judgment from the IST, you will register it at the federal high court to enforce that judgment. But now, IST has to enforce its own judgment. The next thing, the power to commit any person for contempt. You can't go to IST now and be unruly. If you get to IST sitting and if you're a lawyer or even a litigant and becomes unruly, you may not go to your house that day. They will commit you to prison. That's the powers they have. Next slide. Then, product compliance and enforcement mechanism, which is in Part 18 of the ISA 2025. The first is the general upward revision of penalties, monetary sanctions throughout the Act to serve as a deterrent for unwholesome practices. Introduction of mandatory pre-action notice prior to institution of any kind of litigation against the commission. You know, before now, lawyers have gone to argue that it is only when you take SEC to IST that you are required to give them pre-action notice of 14 days. But the Act has explicitly stated that for every action you are bringing against the SEC, you must give pre-action notice of 14 days. Then there's more stringent omnibus penalties for contravention of the act, for like civil violations, not less than 1 million naira, and further sum of 20,000 per day, where there's no provision. Omnibus provision is where a specific section does not mention penalty. SEC will always use omnibus provision to charge penalty, to sanction. For the criminal aspect of it, it is 1 million naira or 2 years imprisonment. Then, codification of criminal prosecutorial power of the commission. SEC today has the powers to prosecute criminal cases in the capital market. This, what it means, that SEC's officers can go to court to represent SEC, but with the consent of the Attorney General of the Federation, SEC can prosecute criminal cases. You know, before now, what the ISA 2007 made it as Section 304, that SEC, while they are investigating, if they found element of criminal, they will refer to police, they will refer to EFCC. But now, SEC can start investigation of criminal prosecution, get to court to prosecute that matter till the end. That's the big one. Then, the next is the broadening the scope of rulemaking powers to align with enhanced SEC powers, functions, and other provisions of the Act and the evolving capital market trend. SEC has the power to recover administrative penalties as debt. Next slide. So what are the regulatory implications of the new ISA 2025? The first is the stronger compliance obligations for regulated entities and market participants. The second is heightened accountability through broader investigation reach. Another is improved adjudication through a more capable IST. Robust deterrence framework for market market infractions. Next slide. So this is the end of by way of conclusion, SEC has so much to do. Responsibilities are are great, but SEC can't do it alone. With the continued support of the stakeholders in this hall and others, SEC will be able to have that sustained support and be able to make impact in the market. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Nestor Ikagu. Another round of applause, please. You agree with me that that was a very detailed breakdown. I'm sure a lot of people have not had the time to go through the ISA. I mean, it's a bulky document, but he gave us just a rundown on all the changes that we've seen in the ISA. Next, we're going to take Mr. Abbas Abdul Kadir, the director of the SIS department. Let's welcome him, please, with a round of applause.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you very much. Hello? Oh. All right. Thank you. I think Mr. Nestor has, Dr. Nestor, sorry, has done justice to, I mean, he has even helped me in my own presentation. A very good morning to all of us. Executive Commissioner, Legal Enforcement, other CEOs, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. My own task is very simple, very easy, because my colleague has actually give us like the highlight of the key changes. So mine is to dwell, deep dive into specific areas. Please, can I have my slides? No, my slides. This is someone's slides, please. So we'll very quickly, within 20 minutes, try to look at some key changes with respect to offering of securities, mergers and acquisition, and of course, collective investment scheme. And I think all of us in this hall, in one way or the other, were directly or indirectly going to be affected with some of these changes. This is one of the part of ISA that really touches a lot of areas. Some are existing provisions that have been amended. Some are actually new amendment, again, to strengthen the ISA. We have been talking about making our market to be an investment destination. I think this is one of the areas that we can see that it is going to be directly impacting on that strategy of making our market to be the hub of Africa investment destination. So in terms of regulation of securities, this is the section that has been touched, really. So very briefly, we'll look at registration of securities to be issued under the Act. There are a lot of amendments to those existing sections that we had in the 2007 Act, Section 86 in particular. Of course, another game changer is about electronic offering of securities. As all of us will be aware, in the market, it's like we've been doing a kind of mundane offering using manual operation. So e-offer has been clearly defined in the new ISA. I will explain that one. It just give you the lowdown. Control of invitation to the public. What does even public solicitation entail? I think that section has been touched. Contract in the prospectus, liability clause, application money to be held in trust. I think we have some challenges before. So those are some of the things. Surplus monies, and of course, talking about infrastructure financing, state borrowing. I think there is really clarity in terms of what needs to be done, and I think all of us need to take note of. As compliance officers, you need to guide your firm, whether you are an issuing house, a broker, or any party in a transaction. So issuance of project-type bond, general obligation bond, this is actually critical. Next slide, please. Okay, so appointment of custodian to a house proceed. This is another area of interest. Restriction of funding, capital raising, dematerialized certificates, trustees acting as underwriters in issuances by subnational. And then, of course, limitation of legal action, power to make rules and regulation under that particular part of state borrowing is clearly provided in the new act. Then issuance of debt securities subject to prior review and approval of the SEC. Next slide, please. Okay, so this is another interesting section. This is on M&A. And as you know, we have FCCPC Act, FCCPC Act that repeats certain section of the of ISA 2027. Again, what is our role as SEC when it comes to merger? So this new ISA has actually provided clear role, and clarity is there's no any confusion, no conflict. When FCCPC is doing its own role, our own is to do fairness review to ensure that we protect the interests of the shareholders. Of course, action by the Commission in case of non-compliance. Next slide, please. So this section, it has to do with investment management. Clarity has been provided as to what qualified investment entails. Definition of CIS has been, enhanced. Clarity has been provided around role of, even investment by CIS into security lending, for instance. There's that clarity now. And then CIS as a pass-through vehicle. This is one of the issues that the market has been really talking about. We need to really have clarity. We need to have really a kind of level playing field. If an investor invests in CIS, why would I be at disadvantage compared to investing directly through a broker? So that has been touched on, and then, of course, prohibited scheme. Investor protection, I think my colleague is going to deal with that one. So let's dive down. Next slide, please. Very quickly. So I will start with the securities offering. These are the sections that have been either amended or some are actually new provision. Section 86.1 is an amendment to existing one. And what does this section connote? This section actually empowers this commission to regulate all categories of issuances into the public market. Before you know, you say, no, this is a public company. If you are not a public company and you do offering to the public, what happens? So this is clear, there's clarity now. And now what it means is that even if you are a private company and you decide to go into the public market to tap public market without coming to SEC, that is a clear infraction. So in terms of giving Commission more power to regulate, I can say we'll have more power to regulate even issuances by private companies into the public market. So that has been provided. 8686 is another very good provision that do what? It now provided more clarity in terms of issuances, even by those categories of issuers under our own purview that they intend to issue offshore. In other words, if the likes of FBN, GT-Coast intend to do an offshore offering, they need to have prior approval of the SEC before they go into that offshore market to tap. So that is really very important. There are other very steep provisions in terms of penalty. I think Dr. Nelson talked about those penalty in general, but this one specifically, when it comes to like issuing securities without prior approval of the Commission. And this is one thing that I think our compliance officers, all of us, the CEOs, need to take note. It's not like going to be business as usual. If you dare do that mistake, this is what the Act provided. You know, you are going to be penalized not less than 50% or 10% of defrauding entity or individual. That is 50% for the firm, and then for the individual that even committed that action too, you are going to penalize 10% in value of the securities that have been offered, and then including the refund of the issue proceeds plus interest. So this is a very stringent penalty. I think it's something that we need to take note. We are not here to like scare, but we need to play by the rule. So the Act has actually provided a very steep or stiffer penalty in that regard, not only for the company or an entity or the firm that packaged that offer, even the individual is not going to escape. You are going to finalize. And then, of course, you now refund with accrued interest. So that is what that provision is talking about. Then, very important, as I said, e-offer is the way to go. And we are saying that now, the market needs to migrate from the traditional way of offering securities. So if you are doing an e-offering, there is really a provision. And this provision is really a game changer. Initially, what 2007 Act provides is that you can only do it through securities exchange. But this Act is saying that, look, if you are a market operator and you have the capacity, you have the infrastructure, COM will now register you to be a platform provider for e-offering. So it has opened up that space. I know we had a challenge before. When the likes of MTN come to the market to do this e-offer, we say, no, you cannot do it. Issuing house cannot do it. You have to go and do it through a securities exchange. I think this should be kudos to the SEC and other stakeholders for this good thinking about, this section. Next slide, please. Okay, so very quickly, again, another game changer. We're talking about entities incorporated under CAMA before. What happens to the likes of pre-zone entities that are not incorporated under CAMA? Can they come to the public market? You are in pre-zone, you are in pre-zone. Can you come into custom territory to do a business, to transact a business? Yes, you can. And we model it with some jurisdiction. So we have a provision now that provides for a pre-zone entities, the likes of Lagos pre-zone entity, the Dangote refineries of this world, all those entities, and there are so many entities in that corridor. So you can be able to come to the public market and raise funds without necessarily even structuring it through an SPV. And this is the provision that provided that. In fact, the Commission has even gone ahead and make regulation around that. Another provision that is really an enabler is about, that provide a kind of clarity, is this new provision about, before, when you are going to issue securities, you need to now issue securities based on Section 142 of CAMA. You must issue it to existing shareholders. It is only when they renounce that residual, that is when you now offer it to the public. We see that one as very problematic. It's an impediment to capital raising. Now, this is a game changer. This section has, taken off that requirement. In other words, if you want to come to the public market, and those issuing houses that are in this hall, they know the challenge. We had a lot of challenges. We are trying to find a way to work around it. Now the law is clear, and there's very good clarity in that respect. You can do it provided you have the resolution of the shareholders. You can do a public offering straight ahead without really going to rigmarole into the avenues of getting preemptive rights provision. Next slide, please. Okay, so another amendment, this is really on penalty. As I mentioned, this is just to provide more stringent penalty to discourage public solicitation. That's section 95.4. Another expansion in the scope of advert. This is another good strategy. Before, the act only confined advert to just, the ones that are done by media, newspaper, radio, and television. What about the other e-platforms? So this new act has actually provided that, you can now make your advert after approval of the offer to any other means other than just the traditional means. Next slide, please. Okay, so this is another 109 is a new provision. This is one is about contract that has already been disclosed in a prospectus. You cannot just change it after it has been approved. If you want to change it, you need to seek commission approval, shareholders approval first, and of course, commission approval. This has to do with strengthening disclosure. And once you make a disclosure in terms of contract, which is a material contract that has been embedded, you cannot alter it anyhow. You have to now go back to your shareholders, tell them the reason why you need to think, the company they need to change it, and then effect that change, get a resolution, and then come and get prior approval of the SEC to make that amendment. Very important, again, in terms of civil liability for misstatement in an offer document, whether it is a prospectus, price circular, private placement memorandum, and this is key. And why I say it is key, it's not going to confine to just issuing house and the issuer. And this is why I think all of us need to take note of. You are a professional party, you are a stockbroker, and you as a compliance officer, you are aware or you know that there is a misstatement in that offer document, for instance. Or your outfit is aware, but they failed to trigger it, for instance. And by the time when it is discovered, you too will be culprit. You'll be liable. So the point here is, it's not just only for issuing house and the writers, but virtually all the parties in a transaction. And as compliance officers under this outfit, you need to take note of this kind of provision. Because if there's a misstatement and you are found or your company is culpable, you too, directly or indirectly, you'll be at the brunt. So that is really very important. Next slide, please. Okay, 1174 and 5. This one is really very important because we had challenge in the market before. And this is a new provision that provide what? A kind of safeguarding the monies that are flowing on transit when you do a public offering of securities. Prior to allotment, monies will go and reside with a receiving bank, for instance. We had in this market a very big challenge where monies were lost because monies were passing through a receiving bank, a receiving agent, which is a bank, and that bank went into liquidation. So the point here is, in the event of liquidation, this money should be treated as priority against any other claim of that entity. It's very important. I think those of us, I think it's a public information, or State Trust Bank. This is a very bad case, and because of that, the market really, this one, all the stakeholders are in agreement with this proposal, if I could remember, because it's really, we are trying to find a way. How do you ring-fence this kind of, monies? These are monies that are on transit, yet the bank had a run, and then the money went into under the drain. How do we safeguard this money? NDIC Act has limitation. So this act has actually provided this kind of provision to safeguard and reinforce this kind of fund in that context. 123 is an amendment, and this one is interest on, on subscribers. If you fail to return monies within that 5 working days, this is what the penalty will be. It's not MPR plus 1, it's MPR plus 5 of that, of the value of that money that you failed to remit. Next slide, please. Okay, 268. Yeah, okay, this is under state financing. And this is a very good way of working around, addressing this concern. You can issue a revenue general obligation bond. You can issue a revenue bond. And this is very clear. it has provided clarity about the debt, kind of debt securities to be issued by even companies that are guaranteed. Before you say, this is just state. You don't have control, or don't have a purview as sake on a company that is not a state. The issue is not the state. But this one was saying whether it is an SPV, guaranteed, sponsored, in whatever way you structure it, you are under the SCC's purview. And again, to provide sanctity and transparency in terms of borrowing by state. Because states try to work around things because of the constraint about borrowing limitation. In most of those transactions, you say that the state is the one, is the issuer, is the sponsor, is the guarantor, is everything. So this has really taken care of that. Again, I said you have provision for general obligation bond and revenue bond, which is very good in terms of infrastructure financing for subnationals. Next slide, please. And of course, Sukuk. We had a very big challenge before when we had Ocean Sukuk. PFS were not allowed to invest as at that time by FEMCOM. And we asked them why. They say because Sukuk was not expressly mentioned in your act. So now it has been dealt with. Even though we have dealt with that, but at least now there's clarity. Okay, another very important provision is about this issue around limitation in terms of borrowing. This provision says that you can borrow, you can do a general obligation bond, provided your IGR, the IGR of the state shall not be less than 60% of its own consolidated revenue for the last 3 years. So again, to provide sanctity, transparency, and decency and decorum in terms of state borrowing. Next slide, please. Next slide. Okay, so now, this is about revenue bond. I think we have talked about this. We have talked about, yes, I think I have been explained. Then, of course, appointment of custodian for a subnational issuance. If you issue the bond, what we are saying is that that money for revenue bond, please set it aside. Don't commingle it with your general fund, because it can miss its way. So that is another good provision in terms of providing sanctity. Then 271C is an amendment, irrevocable letter of guarantee for payment obligation from the banker of that state or a third party, as the case may be. So it is very important for revenue bond, at least to enhance the sanctity. Next slide, please. I think we'll soon be done. I hope my 20 minutes is still. Okay, so, okay, I think I explained this about irrevocable letter of consent by the banker to the state. And then, of course, when you are talking about certificate before, now this provision, this section has provided for dematerialized, certificate, electronic certificate, of course. 285 prohibit trustee. If you are a trustee to a state bond, you cannot act as underwriter. I think just to provide that clarity in that context. Next slide. Okay, so now this is the limitation of legal action. That is 6 years. That is 27. This is a new provision, just to align with the statute of limitation. 303, section 303 is an amendment to existing one, and this is why it provides clarity in terms of state financing. Debt sustainability guideline ratio of 40% to your, debt service ratio, consideration of custodian, and the minimum content of a trust deed has been provided in this act, and we have a rule that define that as well. Next slide, please. Okay, 307 is a new provision. This is one, it has to do with penalty for mismanagement of issue proceeds by issuers, by even officers of the state. And this is really very key, because we had instances where there are diversion of the fund, and then there is no clear provision. This section has actually provided the registrars, issue house, trustees, custodian, and other professional parties. All of them will be liable to the extent of their own complacency. New provision again about debt issuance to the public without prior approval of the commission. I think we have touched on that. And then 357 is talking about revised and interpretation. And then that one is actually about all-encompassing provision, definition of securities. That defines scope, defines digital asset, in addition to all other kind of securities that have been hitherto defined in 2007 Act. So that is just to provide more clarity in terms of the context of what we think, what we term as securities. Next slide, please. Okay, so this is very quickly, this on the mergers. As I said, 140 this is a new provision that requires public companies to obtain prior approval of the Commission of types of merger, acquisition, and restructuring. Again, what are we doing? We said we are not doing antitrust review because there is FCCPC in place. But what are we doing? We are doing what we call fairness review to ensure that we protect the interests of the shareholders. Another provision that is new is 141. This one reintroduces regulation governing mergers and other form of business combination. And that is strengthening the Commission power to protect minority interests or minority shareholders. 142 is another very good provision, providing clarity as per who are we looking at in terms of mergers. We're talking about acquirer, the acquiree, the target company, and the associate, all the parties in this kind of context. I will soon be done, sorry. Next slide, please. Okay, so 142, this is an amendment about acquiring. You cannot acquire 30% without actually making simultaneous application for takeover. Unlike before, this is a complete departure from what we had before. Before, you have to acquire before you now come and do takeover. But what is the essence? The essence of takeover is you inform the existing shareholders that you intend to take over. Anyone that doesn't want to stay, you have to now buy him out and pay him a kind of premium. 142 ensures that the identity and other relevant information of the acquirer is disclosed. And then 143 is about, additional, you cannot acquire additional shares, even when you reach the level of control without obtaining Commission prior approval. Next slide, please. Okay. Shareholders' approval for restructuring. 147 is about the officers. I think we talked about that one. And then 148, these are the penalties if you fail or if you neglect to comply with the merger provision. These are some: denial of access or facility of exchange, suspension of listed company, and even trading of the shares, or even refusal to list. The last slide is on the CIS. As I said, this one has defined the confine of who are the qualified investors. Before, we have this argument. They say, no, this fund is structured just targeted to institutional investors, so it doesn't fall under SEC. Now, the Act has clearly provided that. CIS can now invest, or they can lend, SEC lending. You have your equities. You can be able to now lend, and this, I think, is a game changer. The market has been, anxious to get this thing. So, as a fund manager, you need to take note of this. There's a provision that you can do security lending, based on SEC regulation. We have 151. That one is an amendment to now bring into the net specialized and alternative investment scheme. And then, of course, 168. This one is the one that we say we can invest in other asset classes like the scope that we talk about. Next slide. Okay, so 169 is still a new provision, and this one, by virtue of this 2025 Act, the fund manager, trustees, and custodians are prohibited from misappropriating clients' assets. If you do that, there are consequences. And then, of course, 171 is talking about requirement to apply to court. That one has been expunged. So, Commission has the power now to take over or to wind off or to give directly to wind off a collective investment scheme. 195 is a new provision, and this is one that I talk about, giving tax neutrality. That issue of double taxation doesn't apply again. And then, of course, the Section 196, 916 is about taking legal action against the prohibited scheme, illegal scheme, as the case may be. I think that should be the end. Next slide. Okay, next. I think this one is just to explain. Next slide. Okay, yeah. So, I think all in all, what we are talking about here in terms of this confine of regulation is to enhance market deepening, providing more innovative way of financing, infrastructure or any kind of business expansion, and providing a kind of transparency. Of course, the aim is for mergers is to protect all shareholders, including minority shareholders. Then, of course, what we are looking at here in terms of all these amendments and new changes is the principal plan is protection of the investors, which is the principal plan of regulation. I think on that, I can say thank you for indulging me.
Thank you very much, Mr. Baz. Trust me, this slide is very loaded. And I know NCMI is going to share the slide. While we wait for Dr. S.K. Abusalam, can we all just rise and let blood flow through our system and just sit again? Please, can we just rise? Some of us here, I don't want people having waist pain. Just rise. Can you just shift on one side and shift on the other side? Raise your hands. Let the blood flow. Yeah. That works. It will help so you understand better. Please, let's sit. Thank you very much. For those who are just coming, please, we indulge you to find a seat somewhere. Everybody is provided for. Please, let's see. Those at the back, if you can hear me. Very soon you will do tea. I guess in the next 40 minutes, 20. SK, I know you will do less than that. Please, time is of essence. Thank you, Dr. SK. Come and take your presentation. Thank you very much.
Good morning, all. So those at the back of the hall, can you sit, please, so that we can save time? Please, can we sit? Can we all sit? Those at the back, please, let's sit so that we can make progress. Kindly bring up the slides so that, as Mr. Abbas said, Nestor has made our job easier by saying all that we are going to say. So maybe we'll just say the few things that he has skipped. So can we move to the next slide, please? This is an introduction that we can skip. We know that the market or the commission was set up by the ISA, and the ISA gave certain powers to the SEC for the SEC to function properly. Now, one important thing to note is that you cannot separate compliance function from enforcement, because the failure of compliance leads to enforcement action. So those in the compliance field should be our closest friends, even though not as per friends that we should be, because you will not like us. The commission has powers to commission investigation into any breach of the law or breach of the commission's regulations. And before now, when you commission an investigation, certain people will challenge your authority to conduct that investigation. I recall we asked some operators for certain information, and they clearly wrote back to the SEC to say, this transaction is a private transaction and there is issue of privacy or confidentiality of information. As such, we cannot provide you with that information. That was under the 2007 Act, where clarity is not provided. But today, nobody will take that route, because you know clearly that the commission has the power to call for that information, and you have the obligation to provide that information. Now, if you look at section 3, sub 4I of the ISA, every person or entity that is engaged in capital market activity can come under investigation powers of the commission. So please, when we are investigating an issue and we request for information, do not compound issues by refusing or failing to provide that information. Provide it as quickly as you can. What triggers investigation?
Investigation can be triggered by investor complaints. Sometimes an investor can write to say, oh, I have an account with CSCS domiciled with so stockbroking firm. I wake up, my accounts and my shares are missing. The commission must investigate. It is not enough for you when we write to say investor has laid complaint and you say, oh, we have resolved the issue. It is not enough. You must commission an investigation to establish how did the shares got missing from that investor's account, who is responsible for those missing shares, and what have you done, what actions, what steps have you taken to deal with the issue so that it will serve as a deterrent so that in the future, other people cannot contemplate doing that. It might be a situation where somebody say, oh, I have not received my dividends, and by the time we check, the dividends have been paid, somebody has claimed it. Who claimed it? Now, by the time you investigate, you discover that there might be connivance with certain staff of the registrar entity. Some banks might be involved in clearing those dividends and so on. That will lead to enforcement action, and it is a serious thing. So compliance officers, please always tell your principals to be wary or to be careful with those issues. Insider trading. Insider trading is something that is very difficult to detect, but there are certain signs. So when we see signs or symptoms of insider trading, the commission can commission an investigation, look deeply into the issues, and where it is established, relevant appropriate sanctions in line with the law will be meted out. Market manipulation is the same thing, where certain people will come together to do certain things for their unselfish aim or selfish objective or selfish benefit. And in the course of doing that, they tend to manipulate either pricing or trade and so on, volume of trade and so on in a particular security. It can be during an offer in the primary market. The commission also can commission an investigation, and where it is established, appropriate sanction will be meted out. False disclosures. It can be in an offer document. It can be in response to the commission's inquiries. It can be anywhere where you make false disclosures. The law views that seriously, and we can commission investigation to see why. Is it deliberate? Is it by error? Even though you are supposed to exercise due caution, due care, so that you avoid that error. So saying it is an error might not absorb you completely. Then we have monitoring and surveillance findings. The commission is always conducting monitoring. Our monitoring team is always out in the field, either conducting target inspections or risk-based supervision or whatever. There are findings that always come up from that may lead to investigation, and the commission will definitely commission investigation to establish the facts of what happened that lead to the issues that have been disclosed in that report. Then whistleblowing reports. Mostly we expect you as compliance officers to blow the whistle, even though you are afraid that, oh, what will happen to my job? You come under the commission's protection by law. So where things are happening and you have made your effort as compliance officer to ensure that the entity and the management are complying, but they are refusing, you have to blow the whistle on that. And the commission will commission an investigation into the issues. And then there are media reports. The commission can pick out some media reports on issues that are affecting the market. So we cannot just read it as stories and pass them by. No, we will look into it, commission an investigation, and also see what happened or what went wrong. Next slide, please. So, just to add to what Dr. Nestor said, the commission can call for information, commission can conduct inspection, conduct inquiries, carry out audit on securities exchanges, CMO, CIS, and other regulated entities. Now, before now, when you say regulated entities, our mind just go to the CMOs. But today, ISA 2025 has expanded the definition of regulated entities. If you go to section 357, you will see what it means to be a regulated entity. Provided you have that relationship with the capital market, you are a regulated entity. So when we call for information, don't tell us that, oh, I'm not part of your market. No, you are part of our market. And you must provide that information. When it comes to sanction, we can sanction you. So when we sanction you, don't tell us, sorry, you can't sanction us because we don't have the power. We have the power to sanction you. When we call for information from telcos or from payment systems, sometimes they will tell you there is issue of client confidentiality. But today, by virtue of section 34I, the commission can call for such record from either telecom, internet service providers, or payment systems, or whatever. If you ask an auditor to give you audit papers, the auditor will tell you audit papers belong to the auditor. They do not belong to the client. But today, the SEC can call for audit papers in the course of investigation. We can conduct interviews, take statements under oath from people. This is based on section 3, so 40. And then also, where we are conducting investigation, we can obtain court order and freeze assets that are related to that investigation. So, and those assets we are freezing might not necessarily be only the assets of the entity. They might include the assets of the parties related to that entity. So if you're a director in an entity, we may freeze your assets. So you cannot tell us that, no, you can't touch me because I am separate from the entity. No, because of that relationship, you know. And then section 73 to 75 is wide because it empowers the commission to carry out either special or routine investigations or inspections. And as a result of those findings, the commission can intervene in the management of a stockbroking or any capital market operating firm or a regulated entity. So as compliance officers, it will be good if you can go and look deeply into those sections because it will help you to help your entities to avoid being in difficult situations. Next slide, please. So how do we carry out our functions? The commission can carry out property seizure or forfeiture because the law clearly provide that those engaged in operation of unauthorized schemes stand to forfeit their assets, and not necessarily the operators, even the influencers, even the promoters. So those that are into social media influencing, whoever approach you with a product, be careful before you jump into your page and start advertising that product because it can lead you to losing whatever asset you have acquired. And then we have the access to audit papers. I have already mentioned that. We have regulatory cooperation. In the course of investigation, we can contact anybody. We can contact sister regulatory agencies such as the CBN, NCC, NFIU, and so on to obtain information from them. We can also get across to other regulators in other jurisdictions because some entities might have business operations or the transaction that lead to the investigation might be domiciled offshore. So we can call for information the same way those other sister regulatory agencies offshore can also request for information from the SEC. And we do provide them with such information. Illegal schemes are clearly specified in the ISA now, and it provides for sanctions such as the 20 million naira penalty or fine, and the minimum of 10-year jail term for operators of those illegal schemes. So these are things that we need to be careful with. It might not necessarily be a Ponzi scheme. You can be a licensed operator, and if you are operating a scheme that is not registered or authorized, it's the same way as you are operating an unauthorized scheme. So you are committing an illegality, and that can lead to this problem, as mentioned earlier. Next slide. So these are some of the enforcement actions the Commission can take. There are administrative sanctions, such as reprimands or penalties. And penalties these days are highly prohibitive. The essence is not because of the monetary value, no. It's for those penalties to serve as deterrent, so that you don't do such thing in the future. Because when you are penalized, we will now publish it, tell the public that so entity has been sanctioned for committing so offense. And that will erode people's confidence in you as a firm. So we have to avoid such situation by complying with the laid down rules and regulations. So compliance officers, you have to help your firms in ensuring full compliance with laid down rules and regulations and avoiding situation where we'll mention your name on the website of the Commission or on our social media handles. Where we discover somebody is carrying out an unauthorized function or operating an unauthorized scheme, the Commission will write to you to say, well, we have noticed you are doing so. Therefore, you are directed to cease henceforth, to stop carrying out this, and desist from doing that in the future. And we also direct you to return whatever money you collect from the investors or from the victims or whoever that give you money in relation to that unauthorized scheme. As a registered operator, we can equally take back your license. We can suspend you from operations. Where criminal element is detected, we refer you to the police. The SEC has a police unit under the Enforcement Department, and we also have prosecutors from the Office of Attorney General. So we now refer that matter to the police unit for criminal investigation, and after the criminal investigation, the file will now be handed over to the prosecutor from Office of Attorney General for prosecution. And also the ISA has also given us another power for the SEC lawyers to also prosecute criminal cases. And then we can pursue legal avenue for restitution, recovery, or disgorgement of benefits from illegal transactions. So it does not stop at penalty only. We make sure whatever benefit you derive from that illegal operation, we take it away. Next slide, please. So there are some internal administrative processes. After investigation, sometimes we can refer the matter to Administrative Proceedings Committee, and the essence is to give people fair hearing. It is not a court, but it's a quasi-judicial proceedings. And where you are not satisfied with the decision of the Administrative Proceedings Committee, you can appeal to the Investment and Securities Tribunal. Dr. Nestor has already mentioned the composition and the powers of the tribunal. Next slide, please. This is the tribunal, the role of the tribunal. It functions as an independent specialized court for the market. If you look at the high court, sometimes when cases go to the high courts, they take long because the judges are not conversant with market transactions. They are not conversant with the operations of the market. But these are special people who are mostly practitioners in the market that are constituted into the IST. So they dispense with cases quickly. Also, where there are issues with the commission, it serves as an appellate body, and then it has the same status as a federal high court. Next slide, please. So this is the National Investor Protection Fund, because what is the principal role of enforcement? To ensure protection of investors. The Act has mandated the stock exchange, the securities exchanges to set up investor protection funds. Now, those funds are to take care of losses suffered by investors as a result of the actions of members of or trading license holders of those exchanges. Now, there are some other operators that are not trading license holders, such as fund managers and so on. Now, where there are issues relating to that, the National Investor Protection Fund, which is under the supervision of the SEC, will now come in to take care of that. And then this is penalties for Ponzi scheme. We have already discussed that, so we can move to the next slide in the interest of time. In conclusion, the 2025 Act has significantly strengthened the Commission's investigation and enforcement role by expanding its powers. And also, the issue of investor protection is widely provided for in the Act. And all this is to ensure that the investors' confidence in the market is boosted. And then with good enforcement regime, we can ensure stability in the capital market. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. SK. I'm sure we have questions from these presentations. Let's just hold them until we have the last one. A quick announcement, please. If you are the owner of a vehicle, Toyota Corolla, a black Toyota Corolla with plate number KTU752CH, please, we need you to repark urgently. You're blocking someone and he needs to leave. Thank you very much. So we'll take the last presentation for this session, and that will be from the head of the department, FinTech and Innovation Office. So the Commission has at its heart innovation. That's why we set up this department and have Mr. Abdurrashid overseeing it. So we'll take a presentation from him. Mr. Abdurrashid, please. A round of applause as he comes up.
Good morning, everyone. I stand by the existing protocols. If you notice, I'm the last presenter because my department is the youngest, and I'm the youngest too. So, can we have next slide? Okay, so this is my outline. I don't think I'll go through it. We'll just go next. Next slide, please. So, the objective is just to provide clear regulatory foundation that empowers the Commission to effectively oversee the digital assets and commodities markets and financial market infrastructures. And the focus really is the mandate to strengthen oversight of digital assets, market infrastructures, and commodities by introducing clear rules. The previous act was silent on some of those rules and not clear on some of them. And that was why we had to move for a new one. And the goal really is to modernize and strengthen the regulatory framework of Nigeria's capital market. So the major highlights of my next slide, major highlights are just on three parts of the ISE. The part that regulates digital assets, the other part that regulates market infrastructure, and the derivatives markets. So, role of the Commission in digital assets. The Commission now has a provision that gives it the right to oversee all trading platforms, which includes securities exchanges, commodities exchanges, virtual and digital assets exchanges. The last one was highlighted because it was completely absent in the previous act. It also regulates key players like custodians, clearing companies, credit rating agencies, and also virtual asset providers and digital asset operators. The market is evolving, and a lot of things are coming in, and SEC has decided that it's time to take the bull by the horn and face the realities of time. Okay, the law also gives the Commission access to subscriber records from telecom and internet service providers for investigation. Dr. Nestor had mentioned this earlier, and this puts us in a better position when it comes to investigations, when enforcement actions are going to be taken. The law also gives us the ability and powers to create a national confiscation wallet. This confiscation wallet has a feature, a security feature called the multi-party combination security feature. This feature, what it actually does is that the normal digital asset wallet that belongs to an individual has a private key, which belongs to that individual. But in this case, it's a national confiscation wallet. You would want to leave the keys of that wallet to one individual or one entity. So to increase security, since what's going to be in this wallet is going to be enormous, if we do have a lot of cases, we have now decided that we should have a wallet that has several keys that need to be entered before you can have access to the content of that wallet. And these keys will be distributed as Dr. Nestor and Dr. Abdulsalam had mentioned, to a number of regulators who will be stakeholders in this digital asset field. Like I said, it's just to secure this wallet, because what you will have there would not be belonging to one individual. It might be belonging to a lot of people. So the law also ensures that private keys for digital assets are domesticated within the country. You know, we have a National Data Protection Commission that talks about our data and the fact that they need to be secured and kept within the shores of our country, just like most jurisdictions around the world have. So it's because of that, that's why we insist that private keys must be domesticated. So it also gives us the powers to link to all markets using ICT for better transparency. Then it gives us the powers to take steps to protect investors and maintain fair markets, and also promote innovation in the capital market. We do not want a situation where our markets around the world are moving ahead and we're lagging behind. So we have a law that gives the Commission the powers to allow for these developments to take place and innovations. So the Commission has been, through this new act, can issue rules to implement the act effectively, set up confiscation wallets and multi-party wallets, as I already mentioned that, and require domestication of private keys. Yes, I've mentioned that. And the rules ensure security and compliance in digital asset operations. Digital asset operations, as you know, is all based on technology. There's a lot of complexity that comes up because the innovations that come up are, most of the time, do not even exist anywhere. They are just coming up new, and there must be room to accommodate them. So we also have some important definitions in this act. Commodities includes physical goods like oils, metals, agricultural produce, and digital assets. Then market venues. These are platforms, either physical or online, where securities or financial instruments are traded. So you have digital assets exchanges, the normal commodities exchanges, securities exchanges, and what have you. Then exchanges are defined as any regulated facility that matches buyers and sellers of securities or digital assets. So those include all those venues where all the securities that I've mentioned earlier or commodities are being traded. Then virtual assets as investments. Virtual assets are now officially recognized as a type of investment. In the previous act, it wasn't clearly stated there. It was just implied. But now the law states it clearly, so there's clear regulation. We all know what we're supposed to do. Examples of such investments include digital tokens, digital ledger technology products, instruments like warrants that give rights to subscribe for virtual assets. Compliance officers must treat these like regulated investment products. So you should all take notes. So now we'll move to market infrastructures. Most of what the Act says about market infrastructures are in section 41 to 52. This Act strengthens the framework for critical financial market infrastructures, introduces a robust regulatory frameworks specifically for FMIs which were not expressly recognized or regulated under the previous Act. So, if you notice what has been going on from what my colleagues have said before me, all the things that were vague are now clearly stated. So there's nothing to hide behind. Everything is clear in black and white. A fundamental change that no person or entity can establish or operate an FMI in Nigeria without first obtaining a certificate of registration from the Commission is one of the provisions that this Act provides. This makes registration of an FMI a prerequisite for their legal operation. This is a prerequisite. If you do operate a financial market infrastructure without first registering it, it's an illegality, and enforcement will come after you. FMIs covered in this Act include central counterparties, clearing houses, settlement systems, and trade depositories. They are required to operate under clear standards to ensure security, transparency, and stability within Nigeria's capital market. So that's the second thing that this Act does. Transparency, stability, security, and protection of the investor. The Commission may revoke approval if operations threaten public interest or investor protection. So, in trying to protect FMI transactions from insolvency laws, a couple of things were brought up in this Act. So, to safeguard transactions, a participant in the financial market infrastructure becomes insolvent. If a participant in the financial market infrastructure becomes insolvent, any transactions that have already been agreed upon or are in the process of settlement will be completed without disruption. So there's nothing like, oh, this guy is insolvent, so we have to cancel this contract. It must go to the end. This Act protects that transaction. It must be completed. So there's also the precedence of FMI proceedings. The FMI can keep operating, complete pending transactions, and manage defaults without being disrupted by a participant's insolvency. Then we have disapplication of conflicting orders. The ISA makes it clear that insolvency laws do not apply to actions taken under the rules of securities exchanges and FMIs, including the transfer of collateral, so that the finality of transactions settled through FMIs cannot be challenged. So all the other laws from all other acts have to allow this to come to conclusion. It cannot interrupt it. It It cannot stop it. Then you have netting and collateral agreements. This allows for FMIs to quickly calculate the defaulting participants' net exposure and use collateral to cover losses, reducing the risk of wider market disruption. So you see, like I said before,
this act actually protects the Nigeria capital market. It also makes sure that investments are protected and investors to get their desired profits from their investments.
Okay, so the next slide is derivatives. This covers commodities, exchanges, and warehouse receipts. First thing that the Act does here is settlement finality. It makes sure transfer orders are legally protected. No retroactive changes are allowed once settled. Clear definitions are provided. Cross-border insolvency. Frameworks for cooperation with other countries are in place. Regulation of foreign insolvency cases involving market infrastructures are also in place. Next slide. Then you have commodities exchanges. Rules for setting up and running exchanges have been put in place. Governance, reporting, and oversight requirements are also in place. SEC can intervene in trading or governance issues when needed. So this also brings confidence to the market since they know the regulator has the powers to intervene when needed. Warehouse receipts. The registration and regulation of warehouse and collateral managers have also been put in place. Rules for issuing and trading warehouse receipts have been put in place, and the goal is simply for transparency, investor protection, confidence in commodities markets. So in conclusion, the Investments and Securities Act has been significantly updated to strengthen the Commission's regulatory powers and frameworks for digital assets, commodities markets, and financial market infrastructures, introducing measures that enhance transparency, investor protection, operational stability, and cross-border cooperation, while promoting innovation in the capital market. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dan Abu. So we are going to take some questions. We have a few roving mics. We're also aware that the tea is getting cold, so as soon as we're done with the questions, question and answer session, we'll take our tea. We have some roving mics. I can't see any hands up. Okay. One there. Any other? Okay, 2, 3. Four. No one in front. So we'll have 4. Who is start? Please, when you ask your question, can you also be specific of who you want to respond to your questions? Who is going first?
Okay. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. All protocols duly observed. My name is Golomo Stanley. I want to ask a question directing to Mr. Dan Abu. Especially, I'm focusing on the digital asset aspects. He made mention of the domesticating of private keys. So I wanted to find out, to ask, what processes do we have to be able to domesticate these private keys? And what is going to be the process for ensuring security of these keys so that they are not actually exposed. And also you talked about the national confiscating wallet. So the wallet, is it going to be a locally designed wallet, or are we going to be depending on a third-party multi-signatory wallet? Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. Why?
Go ahead.
Okay, my name is Francis. My question goes to the last speaker. So I just wanted to know what the regulation is around peer-to-peer crypto and digital asset trading. Because I know the regulations and the laws have just been around the former trading on, official exchanges or exchanges, publicly trading. Is there regulations around peer-to-peer exchanges? Because that seems to be where more volumes. Okay, can you hear me now? Okay, I just wanted to know the regulation around peer-to-peer trading of digital assets, right? The law seems to be focused more on trading on exchanges, but there's a lot of volumes also going on the peer-to-peer level. Do we have any plans for that?
All right. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Bayo Banjo. Okay, yeah, so my question goes to...
We can't hear you. Speak to your mic.
Okay, my name is Bayo Banjo, and my question goes to standing on the existing protocol. So I have a question for the first moderator and then Mr. Danabo. So the first question is for the first moderator. How does the Commission differentiate between legitimate multi-level marketing businesses and illegal pyramid schemes? Because we have issues of this.
Please take the mic close to your mouth.
Okay, we have these issues of these Ponzi schemes, and then it's been rampant of late. So I now want to put it to him that how does the Commission differentiate between legitimate multi-level marketing businesses and illegal pyramid schemes? That's the first question. The next one is, what monitoring mechanism does SEC currently deploy to detect early warning signals of Ponzi schemes operations in Nigeria? And the third question to him is, how does SEC collaborate with other regulatory bodies, as CBN, EFCC, to track suspicious investment operations? Then my question to the last speaker, Mr. Danabo, is which regulatory authorities oversees derivatives and commodity contracts locally, and how do their roles differ? That's the first question. Then the next question to him is...
Please, your questions are... some of it you might take it by the side. You have like 4 questions already.
Okay.
So thank you. Next. Okay, so we'll take the 3. I think there is one question for Dr. Nestor, the one that talks about multi-level marketing. Okay, who? SK. Okay, SK, I think the one for multi-level marketing and at the same time, early warning signs. Yes. And Ponzi, yeah, please. Can you come up stage to take it? Because...
I don't know. Okay, so look at multi-level marketing. What are those people marketing? Why should somebody tell you to recruit other people to market its products? Just look at those perspectives. The truth is that those multi-level marketing are the same as pyramid scheme. They thrive on recruitment of new people, and also those people are required to make certain contributions. And they are also promised certain rewards. Now, if there is a product that I want you to market, you are physically or virtually marketing a particular product. You don't need to bring in another person, or maybe you bring in 3, 4, 5 people to market the same product. If I market the product to family and friends, and they feel the product is good and they are interested in that product, they can use it and also, knowingly or unknowingly, market it to other people. But it does not have to be a condition that because I am engaged to market your product, I have to bring 5, 10 family and friends to market it. Why should we be doing that? And then, why should you be promised certain reward? What if that product is not doing well? Where is the reward coming from? Now, some people are not even involved in production of or trading of any product, but they'll come up with a scheme where they will tell you that we want to help people to bring them out of poverty. So you will pay so amount to 10 people. They will give you account numbers, and they will now say after 1 week, they will now pay you certain amount. By the time they are doing that, ask that person, those monies you are contributing, where do they put them? Where do they invest them? They will never answer that. And most of them, if you are careful, they will conduct Zoom meetings or WhatsApp group meetings or whatever to discuss those issues. Listen carefully. They will never tell you about that product. They will never tell you about how that scheme operates. The person can talk for 2 hours non-stop without you picking out one item. Therefore, as far as we in the SEC are concerned, those are illegal schemes. So we see them as pyramid, Ponzi, or whatever name you call them, but they are illegal schemes. And once we detect them, we come after them. Your next question was, how or what mechanism do SEC employ? We receive complaints from victims. Some are not victims, but they will see it, they are not sure of it, and they will now send inquiries to the SEC, and will now look into it. We go out for outreach to talk to people, to advise them, and in the process, some will say, oh, yesterday so group came to the market, and they are advertising so and so scheme to us. We also go around social media networks just to fish out for information. Because if you are regularly on Facebook or Instagram, you will see a lot of those things. Sometimes you receive unsolicited messages inviting you to invest. And the moment you see such messages, it will now trigger your curiosity to say, okay, let me join this scheme. Let me see what is happening. You know, sometimes there are those that are cloning channels, Arise or Vanguard or whatever, cloning the voices of people using AI, telling you that the government is coming up with a scheme where they will give people 500,000, 500 million, and so on. By the time you go to the link will take you to a registration platform where you key in your data, and then they will now invite you. The next minute, they will send you a form to fill, and then ask you to pay certain amount into certain account. So when you see all those things, you know definitely they are signs of an illegal scheme, and you investigate deeper and take the necessary action. And then you ask how the SEC collaborate with other agencies. The collaboration is very strong. For instance, when you want to track payment, where do you start from? You start with NFIU. NFIU has the data, has access to database that has to do with payment or banking system for every one of us here in this room and everywhere in this country. So you tell them, I need information about this person. They'll provide you with account details, BVN, balances in the account, and so on. And you can use that to track the movement of the funds. We relate with central bank because central bank regulate the bank, central bank regulate the payment systems. You know, these days of payment systems, we have this system that generate one-time accounts that you can use. Maybe it has validity of 1 hour or 59 minutes. So the only way is when you are able to notice such account that is being used, and you pop it or you run it by the payment systems, or you run it through CBN. Payment systems will tell you, oh, this is the person operating this account, and you get information. There are a lot of things that I cannot say here publicly that we do to get all the information we get. And also, we can call for information from NCC when it has to do with telephone numbers and so on. EFCC, we can call them to say, oh, we are investigating this. Are you also running investigation into this? What are your findings? We compare notes. They can also call us to say, they are investigating so entity. They want to know, is this entity registered with the SEC? And so on and so forth. And we give them the available information. Corporate Affairs Commission provide us with information about every entity, about the directors, who owns whatever number of shares in that entity, and so on. So that is how we collaborate with other sister agencies. Now, some of the illegal operators are offshore, but they'll come to Nigeria to set up operations. And you will discover that they are licensed elsewhere, but in Nigeria they are not licensed. So they'll come and tell somebody in Nigeria that, oh, we want to set up a Nigerian operation, we need a director, we want you to be a director, go and incorporate the company. You will incorporate the company for them in your name, using your own address, using your own data. The moment they receive the corporate documents, they will use it to open an account where they will be receiving funds. But that person has never stepped his feet into Nigeria. And when you pick up that person whose particulars are on the CSC document, the person will tell you he doesn't even know anything about the operations of the company. So we have to liaise with the foreign regulators to say, okay, do you have any information about so entity? Or so entity mentioned that they are licensed by you. So what information do you have? And some of those regulators, the moment we flag those entities, they will call them to say, Nigeria has flagged your name. What did you do? What are you doing in Nigeria? We are not aware of you having any operation in Nigeria. And that will lead them to losing their license. So that's how we collaborate. We also collaborate with state ministries of trade and investment because they regulate cooperative societies. Sometimes you find cooperative societies delving into fund management when they are not licensed or qualified to do that. And when we see such thing, we report them to the state that register them, and in some instances, the state governments withdraw their licenses to operate as cooperatives. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We actually collaborate, and it's very important for those who plan to violate the market to take note of that. Collaboration is strong. Just to give a definitive conversation around that question, I would like to call on the Executive Commissioner to give some further clarification. Commissioner Ma.
All right, mine is not a clarification as much as just building on what he said. There's a definitional perspective we take to investments. We adopt the US approach. So those who understand or know the US securities market, there's something they call the Howey's test. When there's an investment in a common enterprise with an expectation of profit solely through the efforts of somebody else, it's an investment that we expect that the Securities and Exchange Commission must register. So let's look at it from two dimensions. Someone mentioned multi-level marketing. In multi-level marketing, sometimes there are goods that are being sold. Some other times, there are no goods that are being sold. It's just some rewards that you're going to get. It's through your efforts. It's not through solely the effort of other people. You recruit people. You move around and find people to subscribe. That's a different concept. That's more like a pyramid kind of structure or scheme. A Ponzi, on the other hand, is something that has almost all these things that I said, but lacks two fundamental things. It's not legally recognized, it's not registered, one. The second one, there's no underlying activity that generates any returns with which you're going to pay the returns you're promising. So anytime you think about Ponzi, pyramid, think about it from a definitional perspective. If it's an investment in a common enterprise, meaning a couple of people come together to invest in that thing, or somebody is approaching a group of people to invest in something, and the people investing have an expectation of profit through what you're marketing that thing to them can do. It's an investment. If it's not registered, it's considered illegal. And worst case scenario is considered a Ponzi. Thank you.
Thank you for that clear definition. I know we have some questions on derivatives and P2P. Somebody wants to know who regulates derivative markets. Yes, and I think you also talked about regulations around P2P. Am I correct? Yeah. Then you talked about wallet and domestication. So please tell me. Your mic is working. You can just put it on and.
Okay, so I'll start with the peer-to-peer. Okay, for peer-to-peer, anywhere you find it, it has one feature that regulators frown at: anonymity. What is the regulator trying to do? He's trying to protect investors and their investments. If we do not know who is investing...
Please speak to the mic.
If we do not know who is investing, we cannot protect the investor. And peer-to-peer has that feature. It's completely anonymous, and that is why it takes place on platforms that cannot be easily regulated, like WhatsApp, Instagram, Telegram, and the likes. You never see them on registered platforms. In trying to regulate, regulators follow the recommendations of certain international bodies like FATF. FATF is the Financial Action Task Force, and it has a recommendation that says that is called the travel rule. And what that recommendation actually specifies is that the identity of the person who is investing and the person who is selling must be known. And that identity includes the person's name, wallet address, location, all the works. So it's a KYC thing and due diligence combined into one. Peer-to-peer doesn't have those features. And the reason why it was set up is entirely to make sure those features are not available. So how do you want us to face it? Until when and if the peer-to-peer platform is ready to implement these KYC features, they would not be registered. They will be considered illegal. We know of some that have started thinking of doing this, and only when they do it will they be allowed to function or get registered. Then about the wallets, the National Confiscation Wallet, the private keys, the domestication of private keys. Private keys are a technology feature that requires what's it called now? Personal information. This information is related to most probably your wallet. And because it's personal and you're a citizen of Nigeria, our country has a commission that regulates information. And the information, that commission insists that such information must be domesticated. We have cloud providing companies that are already existing in Nigeria. I don't want to mention any names because I'm not marketing anybody. But a lot of you here, you have IT departments and you know the companies that provide cloud services. If you want to domesticate your keys, you go and seek services of such a company. It's not difficult. Nigeria is not backward. We're advanced. And we all know that when it comes to cryptocurrency, Nigeria is number 2 in adoption in the world for reasons that might not be the same with other countries. But the point is that we're number 2. And we have the facilities to domesticate our private keys. Then I think there was
derivatives.
Derivatives, remind me what it was?
Who regulates derivatives?
Who regulates? The Securities and Exchange
And commodities.
The Securities and Exchange Commission regulates it. We have a department in the commission that supervises everything that is related to the commodities exchanges and derivatives.
Thank you. Okay.
Okay, one of my colleagues wants to add
about the derivatives. So I think one of the sections that was touched on is even about regulation of derivatives. So to answer you, Commission has the power to regulate derivative transaction, not only the contract. Remember, we have the product and even the facilities. The central counterparties that we mentioned have to be registered by the SEC. The Commission has robust regulation around regulating the entities, and of course, even regulating the contract. The baseline contract will normally be channeled to the SEC for registration. It is upon registration that they will now go to the exchange where the actual transaction will take place, and they will have other requirements that need to be complied with. Just to add to what my colleague said.
Thank you, sir. I think we had one question. Kelechi, can you just run through it?
Okay, so this person says there has been a proliferation of schemes by estate developers. Some targets Hector Vest or such like names. The aim is to solicit funds from the public while issuing documents in lieu of the land. They don't own the land per se, but they resell them. So there is basically no third party in this transaction. So the person is asking, is this practice registrable by the SEC?
SK, please, can you take that?
Okay, so on the issue of real estate developers that are coming up with different schemes, we have flagged some of them and advised the public to avoid patronizing such schemes, and we also direct those estate developers to desist from coming up with such schemes and also collecting people's monies. Now, you have to look at things from different angles or from two angles. One, somebody has a land or is in partnership with another person to sell the land. That one is transaction on that land. Is a different issue. You who give your money to buy land, whether it is in square meters, square feet, or in hectares, you are supposed to take the title documents from that developer. Take ownership of your land. Do whatever you want to do with your land. That is transaction in land. But for somebody that will tell you, contribute monies, and after 1 year you will be entitled to 50% or 100% return on your money, that is an illegal scheme. And the Commission has been collaborating with Real Estate Developers Association of Nigeria, REDAN, to enlighten their members on areas they should not dabble into. So I think in first and third quarter, they conducted, they call it town hall meetings of their members, and the SEC participated by enlightening their members on the limit within which they can go to, so that they cannot be doing illegality in the name of real estate business. If you check our social media handles or website, you will see the advisories issued by the Commission on some of those schemes. And I think after issuance of those public notices, some of those schemes disappeared because we have not seen them in the course of our tracking. But if somebody said, I have a land in Lekki that is going for 10 million per hectare or per 500 square meter, buy the land, build the land, or sell the land. That one is a different thing. And there's something they also do that we told them is an illegality and they should stop it. They call it land banking. Land banking is the same as the scheme they are doing, collecting your monies. They will say, okay, they will give you a land, but they will not issue you with any title document. So you don't have ownership of any land. And by the time the investment mature, they will tell you maybe they are selling the land to you at 1,000 per square meter. After 1 year, they will buy it back from you at 1,500. What have they done to that land for it to get that added value, for them to give you that return? So you yourself, you should have a deep thought. You'll discover that it is just a scam. So we should avoid that. But anytime we see any of them, definitely the Commission will come after it and we'll make sure we bring it down.
Thank you very much.
Because of the provision of the ISA, definitely we'll prosecute them.
Thank you. So at this point, we'll need to take tea. We'll call the executive. Okay, you want to clarify? 2 seconds, please.
There is a provision that we're creating rules for. It's called real estate tokenization. This is where land is converted into digital tokens and sold to investors. It's a registrable function, and it involves a number of parties, including custodians, issuing platforms, and a couple of other people. So this is legal, and it is different from what he's talking about. So when the rules come out, it will be exposed, and you would have a better understanding of what we're talking about. I just wanted to bring this up so that when you do find it in the future, you won't be saying, but SEC said this. Thank you.
So what is also important is that there are various means of raising funds through the capital market for various kind of projects. So it's important that you look for what is most suitable for the kind of projects around real estate that you want to raise. So at this point, we'll break out for tea. 25 minutes. We have 2 spots here, and we have 2 here. One here is for those in front here, then the VIPs, then the other one for, so the ushers will guide us. 25 minutes, we'll be back. For those who are back, we'll immediately begin to proceed to the next session. Thank you. Executive Commissioner Ma, can you come and have a snapshot with the panelists? Thank you. Paparazzis, where are you guys? Thank you very much.
Whatever you need, whatever you love, from your screen with joy to show, Juma they give you so much more.
Okay. Jumia, joy delivered.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen. Can we begin to settle down? You can have your tea on your table. Let's settle down, please. Because of those of us not living in Lagos, let's settle down so that we can commence as quick as possible. Can we settle down, please? Those at the back, those of us at the back, can we settle down, please? You can have your tea on your table. Kelechi. I think we'll commence the panel discussion. The first panel we're taking is the panel on post-gray list compliance, institutionalization of AML, CFT, CPF, processes and procedures in line with FATF standard. We need to settle because this is a very important panel.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back from the tea break, which has almost turned to a lunch break. So we'll be taking a panel session, and the panel is titled Post-Gray List Compliance, Institutionalization of AML, CFT, CPF processes and procedures in line with the FATF standard. Now, this panel discussion will focus on sustainability of institutional processes and procedures established before Nigeria's exit from the FATF grey list and the International Cooperation Review Group process. It will also highlight recent updates to the FATF standards and their impact on regulated entities. To moderate this panel, we have Hawa Abubakar Farouk. She's the head International Standards and Implementation Office, Nigerian Financial Intelligence Unit, NFIU. A round of applause as she joins us on stage, please. Okay, let me use your. We also have as a panelist, Mercy Again from the SEC. Please join us on stage, ma'am. Please, let's clap. Let's encourage them. Thank you. We also have Issa Aminu Buhari. He's the Deputy Director, Financial Crime Supervision Compliance Department of the CBN. Joining us from the SEC is Shehu Allah. He's the Head of Investigation, EFCC, Lagos Zonal Directorate. Do we have Shehu Allah, Head of Investigation, EFCC, Lagos Zonal Directorate in the house? Okay, so he's joining us virtually. So over to you, ma'am. Okay, we have one more. Apologies. We have Mrs. Margaret Enesi Obanimo. She's joining us from NICOM. Is she in the house, please? A round of applause, please. Please, let's encourage them to climb up this stage. Some of us are very shy. We can't sit here and speak. Okay.
So, moderator, over to you. The mics on your decks are working. Thank you very much. You have 40 minutes for this session.
It's not working. All right. Good afternoon, dear distinguished guests, colleagues, ladies and gentlemen. It is with great pleasure that I welcome you to this very critical panel discussion titled Post-Grey List Compliance, Institutionalization of Anti-Money Laundering, Countering Terrorism Financing, and Countering Proliferation Financing Processes of the Financial Action Task Force Standards. My name is Hawa Abubakar Farouk, as was rightly introduced, from the Nigerian Financial Intelligence Unit, and I will be your moderator for this session. Now, exactly a month ago, Nigeria achieved a very significant milestone, which is our removal from the FATF's list of countries under increased monitoring, which we all know as the Grey List. This was achieved through commitments, structural reforms, and intense collaboration amongst agencies represented here today, and indeed the financial sector in its entirety. However, we must note that the exit from the Grey List is not an end to the journey. It is a beginning of a new chapter, and the real task before us is ensuring what we call the sustainability. How do we move from a state of reactive remediation to a culture of sustainable, institutionalized compliance? Now, this would be the core of the panel discussion today. I would not reintroduce the panelists, as that has already been done in order for us to save time. So once again, before we delve into the core of this particular panel discussion, I would like us to give a very resounding round of applause to our panelists. Thank you so much. So our discussion this afternoon would explore 5 key areas, The first one being post-grey list sustainability of reforms we have worked very, very hard to implement in order for Nigeria to exit the grey list. We are going to look at the economic and reputational implications of the grey list and lessons we have learned from the process. We are going to look at the updates that have been done to the FATF standards. We would also look at the role of regional collaboration and GIABA's role in strengthening the AML-CFT compliance of countries within this particular region. You have the opportunity of hearing from each speaker on one or more of these core areas which I have highlighted. Now, delving straight into the first question, and I would actually start from my left, Mr. Buhari. The grey listing of Nigeria came with both challenges and opportunities. Could you please speak to the economic and reputational implications we observed and the key lessons Nigeria learned from the ICRG referral process? Thank you. Mr. Buhari?
Yes. Can you hear me? Yeah. Thank you very much, Hawa. The grey listing of Nigeria or any other country should not be looked at as a very negative consequences that will arise from it only. There could also be some positives that can come out of it. Because at the end of the day, our system, our AML-CFT regime has improved greatly due to that. But as Hawa said, when Nigeria was mutually evaluated in 2019 and the report was issued in 2021, we did very badly. Out of the 40 recommendations, we got only 21, which is about 52.5%. Out of the immediate outcomes, we didn't get any in the region of substantial or above, which is a very poor outing. So we are referred to the enhanced process, GIABA enhanced process, and the ICRG. So within that first year of period observation period, POPA, we did excellently well, unprecedented. And we were left with about 19 action points at the end of the day in 2023. February, where we agreed on that 19 action plan with the ICRG and GIABA to address. That was when we were grey listed in February 2023. The grey listing came with very severe economic consequences. For example, it cost us about the capital outflows in Nigeria from that grey listing, before grey listing to grey listing, 7.6% of our GDP it cost us. Then foreign direct investment, before the grey listing, was about $5.4 billion. After the grey listing, it shrank to $2.3 billion in 2023. There are also other implications, like our Nigerians in diaspora that sent these remittances. It increased their cost of remittances, that is the remittance fees, by 10 to 15% before grey listing to grey listing, after grey listing, which translated to costs of about $2 to $3 billion. There are also other implications, like enhanced requirements imposed on our financial institutions by correspondent banks outside the country, which also added to the cost of compliance and even delay in very legitimate transactions. So, and all this, to top it all, bad reputation for the country. So these are the negative aspects of it. But if you look at the positive aspects of it, at the beginning, out of the 40 recommendations, we got only 21. Now we have 37. either largely to fully compliant. That is 92%, 95%, 92.5% from 52.4%. The immediate outcomes, all the 11 now are at least substantial level of compliance, effectiveness, which is a good thing. At the same time, there were some reforms that were expedited because we want to comply and address the action plans we have agreed with FATF and ICRG, which also helped the country. For example, the Money Laundering Prohibition Act 2022 was hurriedly reviewed and enacted in 2022. It addressed several key issues. It addressed the issue of VASPs. Now they were included as financial institutions. Funds were expanded to include virtual assets, creation of SCUMUL, and so many other important provisions were made in that legislation. Terrorism Prevention and Prohibition Act of 2022 was also hurriedly enacted. It gave birth to, it created the the National Counterterrorism Center in the NSA that is responsible for the implementation of the NAC test and the coordination of the in respect to TF in the NSA's office. It also created one very important organization, which is called the National Sanctions Committee, which is responsible for the designation, that is domestic designation under 1373. It makes recommendations to the Attorney General for him to designate entities and individuals. It's very important. All this, then we also created hurriedly the POCA, that is Process of Crime Bill Act, which also gives us a comprehensive asset for future framework that also provides for non-conviction based confiscation or forfeitures. These are all deficiencies that were identified by FATF, which we have addressed. So I think, however, we have learned also a lot of lessons during this period. One of the major lessons we have learned is that having legal framework, no matter how comprehensive, is not sufficient enough to satisfy FATF without effective implementation. The effectiveness of our measures was very important for us to satisfy the requirements of the FATF. So we learned that whether we have a comprehensive legal framework, we have to implement it effectively. Then also, we learned that the BO, beneficial ownership information measures, to be effective, it must be right from obtained, it must commence right from incorporation of the companies. That is why the PSC register and the regulation was issued by CAC in May 25th, 2023, which requires disclosures into by persons of significant interest, and a beneficial ownership register is created. We also know that financial intelligence the use of financial intelligence is more important and the only thing that matters, rather than filing voluminous financial intelligence. Use of financial intelligence by the law enforcement agencies provided by the NFI, the use is more important than just issuing those financial intelligence. It's also what we have learned. We also learned that risk-based supervision approach also must require the actual understanding of risk too. Before you see institutions claiming to have risk, to be deploying risk-based supervision, you'll see them actually it is rule-based they are doing. All the institutions are supervised at least once every year. No categorization of risks, no profiling of institutions. So we learned that that risk-based approach was not acceptable by FATF. We must risk profile at the national level and at the sectoral level to understand our risk before we implement risk assessment. We also we learned that sanctions can only be acceptable when they are proportionate and dissuasive. We also learned that, a lesson we learned is that regional cooperation too breeds support and technical support for the country. Giaba is a very key example on that aspect. We also learned that, finally, effectiveness required the entire justice chain to function. The instances of investigations without prosecutions, prosecutions without convictions, and convictions without asset confiscations have no value for AML-CFT and will not address any requirement by FATF. Thank you very much, Fawa.
Thank you very much, Mr. Buhari. Very, very salient points you have actually noted. And key amongst the points noted is the fact that it is not enough, for us to exit the ICRG. Apart from that, the grey listing of Nigeria should not be viewed from only a negative perspective, as it has brought about enough structural changes and reforms that are actually being implemented today. In particular, he noted that it is not enough to have all of the laws as have been provided within our AML-CFT frameworks, like we have the Money Laundering Prevention and Prohibition Act, the Terrorism Prevention and Prohibition Act, and also the POCA. These have brought in very, very key reforms in our systems, but it is not enough to have them in the books, but it must be implemented and implemented effectively. Thank you so much, Mr. Buhari. And this leads us to the second question that we have, and the key issue, which is sustainability. We have noted the fact that we have exited the ICRG, so what's next? And it is on this basis that I would ask us to reflect on how we can sustain these reforms that supported Nigeria's removal from the grey list. And with this, I will ask Ms. Mercy Agenyi, what are the practical steps institutions should take to institutionalize effective AML-CFT processes and controls into governance, risk management, and operations across both the regulatory and the reporting entities? Thank you.
Thank you, Awa. Good day, everyone. So, the last speaker mentioned a number of gains that grey listing brought to us as a nation. But in spite of it, I am of the opinion that we are better not being on the grey list. So we recently celebrated our exit, and how do we sustain the efforts that brought us out of the grey list? So as SEC, we have embarked on a number of measures in our effort to bring us out of the grey list, and they include a number of guidelines that we have provided. I know in the House we have stakeholders. You are aware of the guidance we provided with respect to the development and issuance of a risk-based framework. We've also issued guidelines with respect to beneficial ownership, register implementation for effective screening of particularly our corporate clients. We also issued guidelines with respect to PEP, TFS, that's the targeted financial sanction. We also developed and circulated STR guidelines. you know, so that as players in this market, firsthand we can identify the SCR indicators. So we also developed a strategic supervisory plan. As we speak, as a commission, we already have a plan that we are pursuing between 2024 to 2027. So all of this is to sustain those momentums that brought us out of the grey list. You will all agree that even this summit we are having is geared towards sustaining the efforts that brought us out of the grey list. A number of us in this room were not just onlookers, we were directly involved in the process. I've seen a number of faces here that were also part of the process. By that I mean you interfaced with even the International Review Joint Group. So sustaining the momentums that brought us out of the grey list must include all of our collective efforts. So by that, what do I mean? We must not continue to view compliance as a project. Compliance must become our way of life. Compliance must inform our decisions and even plans that we make as an institution. All of these efforts, among others, will help us stay permanently out of the grey list. We all know the gains of not being in the list, and I'm sure none of us want us to go back there. So that is our effort as a commission. But what do we expect from our regulated entities to do to sustain the momentum? First on my list is to embed the AML-CFT in our governance structure. What do we mean by this? We mean that the tone from the top, this board and the senior management must prioritize AML-CFT regime in our respective organization. This tone from the top must be strong. Not just strong, must be visible, and the board must also be accountable. Secondly, we expect that to strengthen your risk-based approach by properly classifying your customers, your products and services in line with a risk profile. We expect that to integrate AML-CFT into your daily operations. By this, we mean on your onboarding process, your transaction monitoring, and even customer monitoring. We must be mindful of the AML principle. What do we also expect? We expect that you invest in capacity development. In the cost of on-site inspection, we realize that the knowledge of AML-CFT lies only with the compliance team. Every employee of a regulated entity or operators must be aware or abreast with the AML-CFT regulation. We also expect that you strengthen your internal control procedures and policies that you have in place. We expect that you leverage technology and do data analysis. You must also ensure regulatory consistency and proactive supervision. And the last but not the least, continuous monitoring. We cannot overemphasize the place of continuous monitoring, review, and of course, adapting to emerging changes as they occur within the AML-CFT regime space. Thank you.
All right, thank you so much, Ms. Ogeni, for this very excellent point you have highlighted. In particular, I noted it is better not to be on the grey list in the first place. And on this note, I would like to say that Nigeria was there on such a similar list 3 times, and this is the 3rd time we are exiting. So it is very, very important that we ensure we never go back to that list again, which is why Mercy talked about sustainability. She has spoken about the efforts that are being done from the regulatory perspective. The SEC in particular establishing a robust risk-based supervisory framework, which is embedded within its strategic plan. She also mentioned the fact that from the reporting entities, it must be clearly stated, the tone must start from the top, and the issue of compliance must be embedded right at the governance level. Thank you so much for those excellent points, Ms. Mercy. And we would now move on to the standards themselves. Have they remained static? We all know that the global landscape is evolving rapidly, and the FATF standards keep being revised to address these emerging threats. On this, we would hear from Ms. Obanimo, who would kindly provide succinct overview of the most critical updates to the FATF standards. I would also like you, Ms. Obanimo, to actually summarize what they mean for the reporting entities, including the rapidly emerging fintech sector as well as non-bank financial institutions. Over to you, Ms. Obanimo.
Okay, thank you very much. I think this is better. Thank you very much, Ajiawa. Like you said, MLCFT, it's not static. This field is not static. It evolves, emerging threats, emerging risk. Everything changes. Even the criminals, as we are pursuing them, they are running ahead. And when someone is running and you're crawling behind the person, you can never catch up. So as they are running, we have to jump so we can be ahead of them. Yeah, so there have been some notable updates from FATF that have affected both financial institutions, designated non-financial businesses and professions, the virtual asset and the virtual asset service providers. I will start with the main one, which of course is going to affect our fifth round mutual evaluation, which is separation of the financial institutions from the DNFBPs and the VASPs. So before now, we operated together. Our last mutual evaluation, we assessed together as a sector. But for now, FATF has removed the DNFBPs and have taken them to IO4, while the financial institutions and the VASPs are still in IO3. However, they are going to be assessed as different buckets, even though the VASPs are financial institutions as well, but they will be assessed separately. So we have like 3 buckets. 2 buckets in IO3 and 1 bucket in IO4. So it's very important I made that clear. Now there are other notable changes which I'm going to highlight. We have, there was a review around February 2025. Recommendation 1 was reviewed. That's always the starting point, recommendation 1. It was actually reviewed to strengthen financial inclusion. And some areas, as highlighted here with me, we have stronger emphasis on proportionality. So FATF reviewed its standard to replace the word commensurate with proportionate. So everywhere the word commensurate appeared was replaced with proportionate. And this was done to clarify the MLCFT measures should match the actual risk that that regulated entity is carrying. The implication of this is that entities can apply lighter controls for low-risk situations, while heavier controls for higher risk situations. So this has further made things easy for us instead of channeling all our resources and wasting time and effort, putting heavy controls on low-risk areas. So it's purely risk-based. The second one is explicit permission for simplified customer due diligence. Countries must now allow and encourage simplified CDD. And the implication is that banks, OFIs, that's other financial institutions. You know, we abbreviate a lot in this field. So other financial institutions, the DNFBPs and the VSPs, and other regulated entities can now reduce compliance costs and improve financial inclusion. And of course, reduced compliance costs comes with reduced operational costs generally and enhanced effectiveness. The third one is supervisors must prevent over-compliance. I know this field will really interest us because we hear phrases such as we are being over-regulated. So FATF has heard your cry and has said that regulators must consider what entities are already doing to mitigate their risk and avoid imposing excessive requirements on the regulated entities. So we have to, right now, regulators are going to be considering more, they will put more touchlight on what you're actually doing to mitigate your existing risk. Then we now know what to do with the remaining residual risk. The implication is that there will be more balance and risk-sensitive supervision and fewer unnecessary penalties or burdens on us as operators. And then we have the fourth one, updated views on non-face-to-face onboarding. The first session I had, there was a discussion on this non-face-to-face. So before now, any non-face-to-face business is automatically high risk. But FATF is saying that not all non-face-to-face businesses will be high risk going forward. It's just going to be only high risk if there are no appropriate mitigants in place. And the implication is that digital onboarding, that's like our eKYC, fintech, and all the digital products and services gets more support, provided risk mitigants are very, very effective. So those are the major changes on financial institutions. Now, changes affecting the DNFBPs. DNFBPs must differentiate AML-CFT measures based on risk, not applying uniform controls across board. FATF 2025 horizontal review is pushing countries to strengthen their DNFBPs oversight, like the lawyers, the real estate, the agents, and the accountants, TCSPs. The implication here is that there will be stronger supervision and clearer expectations for the DNFBPs. Now, moving on to the changes affecting the VAs and the VASPs, we have, there's a stronger global action on virtual assets. FATF calls for more robust regulation, particularly around stable coins, the DeFi, that's the decentralized finance, the cross-border VASPs, and the likes of them. The implication here is that VASPs will face tougher or more tighter scrutiny and expanded regulatory frameworks. So there's a lot of work for the VASPs. There's going to be more tougher scrutiny on their transactions. The second changes that affect the VASPs, licensing and registration. FATF stresses that all VASPs must properly license. They have to be properly licensed and registered. And the implication here is that jurisdictions must strengthen licensing systems. VASPs must comply or risk enforcement. By enforcement, I mean sanctions. I know MSFC sanctions are very dissuasive, proportionate, and effective. Now, the travel rule, there was a change also on the travel rule enforcement. Increased pressure to implement the travel rule for crypto transactions. And the implications here is that VASPs need systems. There should be systems in place to collect, to verify, and to transmit originator and beneficial ownership information. So if we don't have that in place, it has to be in place because it's one of the major areas that were touchlight by FATF. And supervisory inspections and enforcement, gaps remain in practical supervision, but FATF expects stronger inspections and penalties. The implication here is that VASPs must invest in compliance infrastructure and prepare for more regular engagement. So when you see supervisors knocking at your door, it is not, they are being sent, they are not acting on their own accord, because as you are reporting to us, we report also to the international body. So we're also being monitored on our own activities. Overall implications actually impact on regulated entities generally. There will be more risk-sensitive, flexible compliance for both financial institutions, designated non-financial businesses and professions, and the VASPs. There will be lower compliance costs for low-risk customers and activities. There will be greater need for robust risk assessment and documentation. There will be increased supervisory scrutiny of how entities apply proportionality. Proportionality means your measures must be commensurate, must be proportionate. The word commensurate, like I said from the beginning, has been changed. So it has to be proportionate to your risk. And then more flexibility for both FIs, DNFBPs to tailor MLCFT measures to their real risk situations. Thank you very much.
Right. Thank you so much, Ms. Margaret, for highlighting those key changes and revisions that have been done to the Financial Action Task Force standards. You made a very, very important point when you said if criminals are running, we, the competent authorities, including the supervisory authorities, have to jump in order to catch up with them and mitigate the effect of those crimes. Another key salient point that you made was the new revision with respect to how these financial institutions, DNFBPs, and virtual asset services providers would be assessed in the next round of mutual evaluation, which is upcoming either in 2026 or 2027. And in particular, you have made mention of the new focus on risk understanding, both from the regulatory aspect as well as the supervisory entities. And lastly, the issue of virtual asset services providers. And one point I would like to make is that the FATF has identified Nigeria as a country of material jurisdiction when it comes to the activities of VASPs, and that is because we are the second largest users of virtual assets within Africa. So as an assessor, if I am coming to Nigeria, my attention, my area of focus would be the issue of supervision and implementation of AML-CFT measures by virtual asset services providers. Thank you so much, Ms. Obanimo. Now, in the issue of anti-money laundering, countering terrorism financing, and proliferation financing, are we alone? Can we just say we are going to remain as Nigeria and implement our measures without consideration to our neighboring countries and other countries that are being affected by us or are interconnected with us economically? Now, this brings me to the next area of this panel discussion, which is on regional collaboration and the role of GIABA. And on this, we have Mr. Allah, who would be responding virtually. I want to confirm that Mr. Allah is online and that we can hear him before I pose question to him. Mr. Allah, can you hear us?
I'm with you.
All right. So, Mr. Allah, GIABA plays a very crucial role in harmonizing efforts across West Africa. How can Nigeria leverage GIABA's support to maintain and deepen effective AML-CFT regime and assume a leadership role in ensuring regional compliance?
Thank you, Hawa, and good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. My fellow panelists, just another regional organization. We've been saying grey listing of the country. FATF has put us off the grey list. Now, GIABA, which is the Intergovernmental Action Group Against Money Laundering, was formed some 25 years ago by the ECOWAS member states, 15 ECOWAS member states. And they are the FATF-style regional body responsible for ensuring that countries within the West African sub-region implement robust AML-CFT CPF regime. Now, there are 6 countries, which Nigeria is one of them, to ensure that we have the technical capacity and human is why you see GABA coming in to train investigators within the FCC, train staff of the SCC, CBN, NICOM, and what have you, CBN, to ensure that we have the capacity, we have the specialized skills, we have the knowledge to tackle issues of AML CFT within the West African sub-region. Again, GABA also, from time to time, within the period under review, will carry out peer review, mutual evaluation of testing the AML CFT CPF systems of the country, both technical compliance and effectiveness, which Mr. Buhari earlier mentioned in his presentation. Now, they provide us with an opportunity to check the system, to check our laws, to check our policies, to check our procedures, to effective enough to fight transnational money laundering, terrorist financing, and also proliferation financing. Now and again, just as we are coming out of the grey list, I think in 2022, GABA was part and parcel of giving us technical assistance in developing 3 brand new laws for the country: the Money Laundering Prevention and Prohibition Act, the Terrorism Prevention and Prohibition Act, and the Process of Crime Recovery and Management Act 2022. Some of these are also the assistance that GIABA, as a regional body, usually give our member states to ensure that we have robust laws, we have robust policies, we have robust standard operating procedures that will ensure that we fight money laundering, terrorist financing, and proliferation financing. Now, in this whole process is an opportunity that any of the member state countries, for member states to come and collaborate together, share ideas, look at best practices, and see how systems and processes will be improved to better fight money laundering, terrorist financing, and proliferation financing. Now, Nigeria is off the grey list. We've come out of the grey list. We are about undergoing another mutual evaluation in 2026 or 2027, as the case may be. What is the proposal for the country now? Nigeria is the giant of Africa, as they say. Yes, we have to play that leading role. We have to assume that position and play it with full force. And we can't do that without the support of all stakeholders. Now, what progress that we have made across the years from 2019 that were under mutual evaluation to last month that were put off the grey list. We have to ensure that we play that leadership role within the West African sub-region. And how can we do that? Now, we have to ensure that we have a national stature and responsibility as the economic powerhouse of the region to ensure that a stable and financially secured West Africa is, Nigeria is particularly important for the West African sub-region. We also have to ensure that the significant progress we've made are sustained in such a way that we will have ongoing technical evaluation, capacity building for stakeholders like we are doing today, and we also ensure that we share lessons learned with our member states across the West African sub-region to ensure that globally Nigerians' voice is a force to be reckoned with, and I will play that leadership role. Again, even within the GABA platform, we have to ensure that we position ourselves not just as a rule taker, but also shape and dictate how the rules are played. For example, Howard just said that as an assessor coming to assess Nigeria, for example, because of the issue of virtual assets service providers, Nigeria being second within the African sub-region, within the African region, we need to make sure we have set rules. We have to set the pace, dictate the pace, and see that by the time assessors are coming to assess the country, they will see that we already have system in place, we have policies and procedures, and also as regulators, our regulatory entities are following what we've already said. And again, we have to ensure that before 2027, or 2026 or 2027, as the case may be, whichever date GIABA finally chose for our mutual evaluation, we ensure that all our technical compliance are intact. Our effectiveness, especially with our players and regulatory entities, for the law enforcement angle, we'll try our best to see that we investigate complex cases, we prosecute such complex cases, we ensure that we also get conviction, and like Buhari said, we ensure that the profit will be taken away from the criminals and ensure that they get their day to justice in the Federal Republic of Nigeria. That's the West African sub-region. There is no country that has investigated money laundering, that has prosecuted and has convicted such a crime like Nigeria, and we have done our bit.
All right.
Thank you very much.
Thank you so much for those great points, Mr. Allah. A round of applause for him, please. So, Mr.
Thank you,
Allah,
Ajawa.
Mr. Allah actually answered the proposal that we made, actually. Are we alone in this journey? He has actually demonstrated that we are not alone. GIABA is there to actually enhance our capacity and also carry out peer-to-peer review, and that we should leverage on this opportunity that we have. He also mentioned the fact that Nigeria is the economic powerhouse of Africa, and having this role, we cannot afford to take the back seat. We must actually take a leadership role in terms of determining and shaping the policies on AML-CFT when it comes to the West Africa region. Thank you so much for those great points, Mr. Allah. Now, we have all been mentioning the fact that the third round of mutual evaluation is knocking around the corner. And I would like to hear what we have with respect to the preparation for the upcoming mutual evaluation. Where do we stand with respect to technical compliance and effectiveness? What are the key priorities we must focus on over the next year to ensure a very positive outcome? Mr. Buhari mentioned the fact that for last mutual evaluation, we got 21/40 when it came to technical compliance, which was below average when you look at the entire West Africa region, and that for effectiveness, out of 11 immediate outcomes, we got 11 that were below average. That was a total failure, if you ask me, and that we're only able to get moderate in just 2, which was with respect to supervision as well as use of financial intelligence. Now, do we allow history to repeat itself? What preparation are we making to ensure we do not have the same outcome for the next round of mutual evaluation? And on this, I would like to hear briefly from each particular panelist. Let us keep it very concise, one key priority per each panelist, and we'll start with Mr. Buhari.
As the FATF president said, getting out of the gray list is not a finishing line. It is a milestone. The Wahala starts now. Generally, I'll give an overview of what we need to do, although we are running out of time. Then specifically, I will pick one policy I think we should do, initiative. Generally, we should have like a 3-phase kind of an implementation plan. First, maybe from 0 to 6 months, we should have quick wins. We should identify what we must do now to sustain the level we have reached now. The second one will be to embed such activities within the culture of the institutions, AML CFT stakeholders. Then the third one will be the long run, whereby the whole system works effortlessly without even any supervision, with minimal supervision, compliance with AML CFT standards. We can talk about these 3 stages for the next 3 hours, but this is just generally. But I think one of the most important things the Nigeria now should be thinking of doing, as Margaret said, the changes to the, in her talk on the changes to the FATF standards, is particularly recommendation 15 and IO3 and 4. Now they have removed DNFBPs that have been the thorn in our flesh. Most West African countries, if not all, when it comes to mutual evaluation and compliance, they have brought another wahala, which is a VASPs, that is virtual asset service providers. Now, we should license and supervise and regulate them. In Nigeria now, the first thing we should start thinking of doing to ensure we do well in the next mutual evaluation report exercise is to establish a central working committee for the VASPs that will propose policies on how to regulate, because regulating VASPs is cut across almost all a lot of stakeholders. Thank you. We don't have time, but this is my own take.
All right, I'll move on to the other 3 panelists, and very quickly, just 1 key point you think we should prioritize.
Okay, from the regulatory standpoint, the emphasis will be the need to institutionalize AML CFT regime, not as a choice, but it's a necessity. It requires your commitment, leadership, and our collective responsibility. Let us leave this room determined to make compliance a lasting culture, not a one-time exercise. Your commitment must continue beyond the summit. Thank you.
Okay, so my own key priority area will be for the next 12 months, because I see 2026 as the period when we need to put everything in place before the assessment in 2027. So for me, the key priority area will be we need to operationalize and scale VASP regulation. There's a reason why they have been placed in a separate assessment bucket. And like Hawa rightly stated, Nigeria is the 2nd highest user of virtual assets in Africa. That's after South Africa. So you know where their attention will be focused when they come. So we need to move beyond the pilot incubation period to a robust full licensing regime of our VASPs. And we need to ensure that VASPs onboarding is paired with stringent AML CFT controls, not just the tick box method. And then the beneficial ownership and CDD strengthening of VASPs. We need to find ways of identifying the BOs of our yes, please, thank you so much. Time is ahead of us. This topic is huge. We can go on and on and on, but in the benefit of time, I would like to stop here. Thank you.
Absolutely. So thank you so much to our panelists for all of these great points. I'll just give Mr. Alao 30 seconds to tell me what would be your area of focus for the next round of mutual evaluation.
That would be great injustice for me, but no problem. I'll write down 30 seconds. Now, I would want to see the regulators and the entities ensuring that they keep robust records, robust KYC records for the regulators and the law enforcement, alongside the other players, to play a lead key leading role within the West African sub-region, so that we will dictate the pace for VASP within the West African sub-region. Let's take that leadership role. Let's ensure that we lead by example and do the right thing, such that when assessors come, they can even use us as reference point to other West African sub-regions. Thank you.
Absolutely, Mr. Allah. We cannot overemphasize the issue of record keeping. If there was anything, one key thing that brought us down in the last round of mutual evaluation, it was the issue of record keeping. We were doing those things, so we felt it was even unjust, the rating, but it is the rule of the Financial Action Task Force. If you do not bring supporting documents for everything that you state to demonstrate that you're actually doing it, then it is as good as you're not doing it. So record keeping, we cannot overemphasize this particular issue. So thank you so much for all of this very, very good insights and forward-looking perspective. We have 5 minutes now to open the floor to you, our dear audience. This is your time to directly engage the regulators, but please be very concise with your questions. And if you have a question, please raise your hand and wait for the microphone. Thank you so much. Yes.
Hello.
Okay, good afternoon. Thank you for the beautiful insights. My own question is just on the overcompliance that was mentioned, because I don't know if maybe something is already being done. We have a lot of reportings, and sometimes these reports are the same. You're submitting to different regulatory bodies. In fact, more especially NFIU and SCUMUL. You submit to this, you submit to that, and we know that these reports are actually the same, and they are doing the same work. So I just want to know if something is already being done on that over-compliance part, so that we can reduce the number of work people are doing. Thank you.
Any more questions? Okay, please make it concise and straight to the point.
Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. My question is around onboarding of foreign incorporated entities into our custody business. So I want to find out, is it outrightly prohibited, or do we have a regulatory framework that guides such onboarding? Thank you.
Any other question? Okay.
Good afternoon, everyone. I think my question will be more relevant to the previous session.
Okay, so if it's relevant to the previous session, there's no need to take it. Any other question, please? So we don't waste time, please.
No, I won't waste time. It's about
no, but you said
trading.
it's relevant to the other panel, right?
Yes.
So why are you taking it with this panel? None of the panelists on the other panel is seated here.
Oh, okay.
Thank you. You can side chat with any of them.
It's all right, sir.
Thank you. Any other question, please?
I have a question.
Go ahead.
So my question is that concerning new reporting, right? So aside the whole of AML, CFT, and CPF regulation, and I didn't see anywhere where it's stated that we need to submit new return to SEC. So I went over the NFIO regulation, right? And we were to render new returns to NFIO via the GoML portal. So I want to ask if it's necessary to render new returns to SEC via the AML CFT email, right? Yeah. Thank you.
Okay. I guess that is all. Thank you.
Sorry, I have another question.
We can't even see you. Can you stand up for us to identify where you're speaking from?
All right.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right, I have another question. So it's as pertains to the tiering of accounts, right? So we have tier 1, tier 2, tier 3, according to CBN regulation, right? But I believe that this tiering of account has not been well discussed under the AML, CFT, and CPF regulation according to SEC. So I want more light to be shared on this. Thank you.
Sorry, can you repeat your question? None of the panelists has gotten that. Just be straightforward on the question.
So the second question, I was talking about the tiering of accounts, right? Tier 1, Tier 2, Tier 3 account, which is under the Rules Regulation 2017, right? So my question goes to us that I want more light to be shared on the tiering of accounts as pertains to SEC because, CBN made a whole lot of, explanation concerning the tiering of accounts into tier 1, tier 2, and tier 3 accounts. Thank you.
All right, so we'll start with Margaret on the question on over-compliance.
There's still one more. Yeah, good afternoon. Yes, for professionals, we are expected to make returns to SCUMO. And if you look at the legislation that require these returns, it continues to say if you collect deposits. But professionals, for example, an accountant or auditor, we don't collect deposits. What we do is we provide service and then we raise an invoice to our clients and they make payment. Are we expected to report the billings and the payment for our billings to SCUMO? That's I want clarification on that. Thank you.
Okay, any other question? Okay, that's all. We don't even have much time. All right, so I want to take the issue of overcompliance. Let's not get it wrong. Nobody's saying all your mandatory returns, you have to continue to file them as at when due. The issue of overcompliance is with supervision. It's just to help us apply risk-based supervision for us, the supervisors. So let me give you an example. I inspect 50 companies, for example, and I get back to the office. We profile all these companies that we have examined based on their risk exposures, based on what we saw on site, and then we place them in different risk buckets. So this helps our supervisory measures. So when I have like 10 companies that fell under low risk, I know I'm going back there probably in the next 2 years or 1 year. If I have companies that fell under medium risk, I know I'll be going back there in the next 6 months. And for those that fell under high risk, I know I have to go back there in the next 1 or 2 months. So that's just the issue. It reduces supervisory measures on low-risk entities. But we're not saying that you have to reduce your compliance level as an entity. No. I hope I'm clear. Thank you.
All right, I'll hand over to Mr. Buhari to answer the question on foreign incorporated entities.
If I get the question right, if foreign incorporated entities, when they come to Nigeria, they have to register with CAC, and they have to get a letter of consent from their own regulation, from the regulator from their jurisdiction, and register with SEC. So that nothing stops them from operating here, in my opinion. Although I think somebody from SEC, you are asking from your SEC rules, I'm very sure would have been better positioned to answer this question. But I think we are doing over compliance here small, because we are just answering questions, but they are not related to the topic we have discussed now. So, Mr. Over-Compliance, you didn't talk about that one now. But it's good that this is an opportunity to clear some of the questions, but I don't think they belong to this session. But I hope I have answered your question to the best of my ability. Any other?
Okay, to answer the question on NIL reporting. NIL reporting is an AML-CFT obligation. I mean, reporting entities are expected to render the report. But of course, you may want to ask, what is the use of a report when there's no material information in it? However, it is still a requirement that regulated entities must comply with. Until that changes, we expect that you render your FTR on a daily basis, PEP on a monthly basis. The quarterly rendition should come on maximum, 30 days after the end of a quarter, and then, of course, the 3 months grace for annual report. Until adjustment is made to that, they are all expected to render NIL report when it is NIL. But we have seen cases where you render NIL reports, yet the bank, the custodian bank, give us information to the contrary. So, yeah, so we've seen those cases. So this is an AML-CFT obligation, and it should be adhered to. Thank you.
Thank you so much, and I believe we have exhausted all the questions that we have. The panelists are still available to answer any question you may have bilaterally outside this particular panel. We still remain available. And by way of closing remark, I would like to thank all of our panelists for this very, very important discussion that we have had, and to our audience for your attention and engagement. But I will leave us with these parting words, actually. The reputation of Nigeria with these key reforms that have been made, in terms of technical compliance and effectiveness, it is at its highest level. And that is one of the key factors that actually informed the FATF even inviting Nigeria under the FATF's president's guest initiative for Nigeria to come and sit in a table for a period of 1 year and be part of all of the discussions taking place within the FATF. We have received commendation on all of the efforts that Nigeria has made towards enhancing our AML-CFT framework, both in terms of technical compliance and effectiveness. But what I would like to leave you with here today is, are we going to sustain this progress that we have made, especially considering the fact that the third round of mutual evaluation is already here? Are we going to make all of the efforts? And I would like to mention that it is a key responsibility for each and every one of us here, both from the competent authorities as well as the regulated entities, to ensure that Nigeria does not go back to where we are coming from. Thank you so much, and I look forward to continued partnership with you all. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Please, can you come for a photograph with the Executive Commissioner, please? Paparazzis. MDNCMI. MDNCMI. Can you join this photograph, please? Dr. Tunde Kamali. Hold on for Dr. Kamali. No, sir, he can't be standing there as the MD. Okay, he's trying to balance up. Oh, yeah, gender sensitive. Yeah, that's good. Thank you very much. Thank you, Commissioner. So we are going to have a fire chat now. And on this fire chat, I think we're going to be discussing about strengthening beneficiary ownership transparency. So, Kelechi, I guess you want to say something about it?
Oh, yes, I do, Mr. Briggs. So this session aims to promote a strong dialogue on the importance of transparency in identifying and verifying the true owners of corporate entities and investment vehicles. To moderate this session, please join me to welcome Mrs. Hafsat Rufai. She's the Director of REMI Department at the SEC. A round of applause as she joins us on stage. Also from the SEC, we'll be having Mrs. Stella Dateme. She's a Principal Manager on the MFL. Oh, apologies. She's an Assistant Director of the AML CFT Division at the SEC. A round of applause as she joins us also. Please, let's clap. You want me to collect query? Please clap. Thank you. And also joining us, he just left the stage, so let's just give him like 2 seconds to catch a breather. But he's joining us again. We have Issa Aminu Buhari. He's the Deputy Director of Financial Crime Supervision Compliance Department at the CBN.
Thank you. Yes, we're going to bring the mic. This is a fire chat. We have two strong regulators seated there. And since we exited the gray list, we must remain exited. So, Mrs. Rufai, please, this is your time. 40 minutes.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I'd like to first tell you what REMI is. So my colleague Kelechi said I'm the director of REMI. And I know we're in Yoruba land where REMI is a name. So I'd like to tell you that, yes, I am the director of REMI, but this REMI is the Registration Exchanges and Market Infrastructure Department of SEC. Now I have been introduced, so I don't have to mention my name. My colleagues on the panel have also been introduced, and it's my pleasure to have you here, Stella, as well as Mr. Buhari. Now we're going to speak for a few minutes on the issue of beneficial ownership. The last panel, I listened to them very keenly, and I heard the mention of beneficial ownership at least 3 times. And I just thought, oh, that's a prelude to what I'm going to be discussing this afternoon. If you recall, because many of you here are compliance officers, in year 2023, the Corporate Affairs Commission then introduced the requirement that we disclose the beneficial owners of corporate entities, and indeed came up with a register of persons of significant control. And I'm sure that you know that it has become a practice. But still, some of us still wonder, why this disclosure Why this request? Is it, as they say in local parlance, apropos? What is their own with it? Why do we have to compel disclosure of beneficial owners, especially where the CAC has registered companies, has gathered some information? We know some of the shareholders of corporate entities are also corporates, but at least those corporates are also incorporated. Why do we have to go beyond looking at what has been disclosed to looking under the veil to determine who these persons behind those corporate entities are? That's what we're going to discuss this afternoon. So I'm going to start from my left. We have a regulator and a very seasoned one at that in the area of compliance, Mr. Issa Aminu Buhari. Could you just explain to us what's the idea behind this beneficial owner disclosure that everyone in this room is saddled with?
Thank you very much. Beneficial ownership information is a very critical requirement, AML-CFT requirement. And before the gray listing, or before the mutual evaluation report, competent authorities in Nigeria lacked timely access to beneficial ownership information in Nigeria. The sanctions for not providing the beneficial ownership information are not prohibitive. Even the requirement is not comprehensive. So there were a lot of challenges. So we were rated non-compliant with that recommendation and low level of effectiveness for that immediate outcome. But after that gray listing, Nigeria, as usual, when our backs are against the wall, that is when we go back to action. And we are very good at taking action, no matter how belatedly. The beneficial ownership register that was launched on May 25th, 2023 by the CAC made Nigeria the first African country to have such beneficial ownership register that is aligned with the open ownership data standard. And for a good reason too. It requires the disclosure of the person with significant control of every corporation that is in Nigeria. Identifying beneficial ownership, obviously, is important because criminals use other people that they control in businesses while their own names are hidden. But actually, they benefit from those organizations, and mostly criminals, because if you are not a criminal, why should you be hiding your criminal? But even there are even legitimate beneficial owners. Don't get me wrong. But it is important that they are identified, and this law requires that they are identified. The person of significant control, the regulation has 3 stages of disclosure. First stage is that the person with the significant control, the PSC, should inform the company that he is a PSC within 1 week. And that company, within 1 month, should inform CAC. And continuous updating of that information is done through the submission of the annual reports and at onboarding of companies, whereby it is mandatory that such information on beneficial ownership are utilized. This particular regulation has made it is a very key regulation that has helped compliance in Nigeria? Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Buhari. So a lot has been said. I like your reference to the grey list again. So on the previous panel, you had said, oh, it had some advantages, even though, I mean, we knew that being on the grey list was bad, but it at least pivoted us to doing things better. And that's what you have identified here again, saying prior to that, we rarely had timely access or indeed disclosure of beneficial owners. The sanctions that existed were even ineffective, so they didn't drive compliance. And then you now said, now that we are doing it better, it will help us to prevent or uncover crime. And that is something that should be of interest to all of us in this room, because we want a market that is free of fraud and all sorts of vices that could take us back to where we just exited. And then you said a few other things, talked about the time. And you know, with regulators, timing matters a lot. If there's any penalty that we charge quite easily and most frequently, it has to do with things about not rendition of returns on time. So he has given you the timing that persons with significant control should disclose by themselves to the companies where they have significant control, and then within a month, the company should also inform the CAC. Now, I know that as regulators in the financial system, both the SEC and the CBN seated here, so Stella represents the SEC and Mr. Buhari represents the CBN, we also require these various disclosures. I would ask Mr. Buhari again, how does CBN, so first is you will tell us who these persons of significant interest are, or significant control are. How do we identify them? And then how does CBN ensure that it is able to keep a record of beneficial owners of financial institutions under CBN? In other words, who are these people you are interested in knowing? And then do you also keep a record, or do we just rely on the record maintained by the Corporate Affairs Commission?
Thank you very much. Legally speaking in Nigeria, the Money Laundering Prohibition and Prevention Act set the threshold for the purpose of beneficial ownership at 5%. Any individual that has control or shares directly or indirectly up to 5% or more is a person of significant interest. The global practice or threshold actually is 25%, even for FATF standards. But Nigeria has been more prudent, lowering it to 5%, bringing in more PSCs under the knowledge of CAC, which is a good thing. The central bank, central bank regulation for AML/CFT regulations for banks and other financial institutions, regulation 20, section 20 of that regulation, 21 of that regulation requires financial institutions under the purview of the central bank to, at onboarding of any corporate customer, to get information, to obtain information on beneficial ownership and record it, verify it, identify the beneficial owners and verify the beneficial owners and maintain that list and make it available to competent authorities whenever needed. They are also required to reach out or engage to CAC in case there are, let's say, discrepancies from what the information they have gotten from their customers, and when they are doing verification on the CAC portal, if there are any discrepancies, they are to notify SEC to investigate and update accordingly. Thank you.
Thank you. So that means that even you practitioners have some role in that. So it is not enough to just get the information that your clients give to you at the point of onboarding. You need to also verify. You have to be sure that there's no disparity between what they disclose to you and what their CAC documents contain. And where that happens, you go notify you verify from the CAC. That's what he has said. In other words, don't just say, I was told. You have some responsibility. Now, coming to the capital market, we have some vehicles that enable people to invest, not in their true names, but through vehicles such as nominees or trustees. And I wonder if these vehicles enable concealment, or are there obligations on the part of the trustees and the nominee companies or nominee account operators to make this disclosure? What does SEC expect in this regard? Stella?
So beneficial ownership has to do with transparency. If you look at recommendation 24 and 25, it makes reference to transparency, beneficial ownership of natural persons, of legal entities, and legal arrangements. The whole idea is that persons that are involved in crimes do not hide in plain, do not use legal structures to move funds. And so with respect to the capital markets, you have nominees, and then you have trustees. With respect to nominees and trustees, these are legal arrangements. They are not legal entities, as it were. So it would be difficult to, I wish the CST person was here, but I think it's going to be difficult to get the BO information from the Corporate Affairs Commission. But for us in the SEC, we have our rules that guide information from nominee accounts. And under Regulation 61, subsection 2, I, and II also request that nominees should have information. In fact, that is actually the FATF recommendation. You must have your information. It must be adequate, it must be accurate, it must be up to date, and then it must be accessible. So for SEC, we preserve the right to demand for the information of clients that are under your nominee accounts at will. And then for, well, the threshold now is 5%, which is what we have under Section 119 and Section 120 of the CAMA, which provides that persons with significant shareholding, and the threshold is 5%, should make disclosures. And I think, yeah, for SEC, you should make such disclosures. And so for nominees, there's a threshold. If a nominee has a particular threshold in a public company, then you must disclose the beneficiaries under those nominees, those nominee accounts. And then for trustees, it's neither here nor there. For trustees, you have the corporate assets, and then you have the private assets. For the corporate assets, they are mostly bonds and then collective investment scheme. So there's not much to be requesting for with regards to beneficial ownership. But for private trusts, you begin to look at protectors, you look at settlors, and then you look at trustees, as it were. For that, we're actually looking at the SCOMO to begin to look out for such information. We're hoping that the SCOMO may come up with some register to have the beneficial owners of usually for trustees, you have beneficiaries. And so we're hoping that a structure would come up so they can disclose such beneficiaries to SCOMO. And then for BO registration, we have our guidelines. The guidelines are there. And I know, Madam, maybe she will talk on that. Now, the guidelines are there. So to run through capital market operators and promoters of capital market firms, there are certain forms you fill with respect to BOs, and then we're meant to run beneficial owners or persons, natural persons behind your companies. We're meant to run them through open sources and then also run them through the CAC register. So I think that's, for now, that's what we have.
Thank you very much. So there's no hiding place for anyone. So even the trustees and the operators of the nominee accounts must disclose the persons whose interests that they are, I would say, protecting at that time because they are making investments on their behalf, but maybe not in their true names. So everybody has an obligation. But again, Stella, we've got the free trade zones. They are not exactly under CAMA. They've got their own law. Are they also in any way affected by the requirements to disclose beneficial ownership?
Okay, for FTZs, you have the Nigerian Export Processing Zones Authority, and like the CAC, they do not, they actually register entities that operate within the FTZs. Entities that operate within the FTZ do not register with the CAC. They register with NEPSA, sorry. And then NEPSA is supposed to give them a certificate of registration and is supposed to give them a license. So it is expected that NEPSA should begin to request for the natural persons behind those legal entities that operate within their zones. I mean, the only relationship I think entities within the FTZ has with the SEC is when they want to access the market for capital. You know, when you're within the FTZ, you do not come, you have special tax rates. You obviously don't even pay tax at all. But if you want to come under, if you want to raise capital from our market, you obviously would subject yourself to the normal tax obligations. I think that's where we're related to entities within the FTZ. Thank you.
Thank you. So I'm going to ask both of you, in your various sectors, what challenges do you face in collecting this beneficial ownership data?
Most of the financial institutions face challenges. You know, it is for disclosure, and the banks are not, they only use information that is disclosed to them. In Nigeria or Africa, where beneficial ownership, somebody will come, wants to use a company that you are a signatory to, but he doesn't want to show his face on those companies. He will invest in that company and he will not even disclose. But even you that is the signatory will never disclose because some of them even take each other to shrines to swear. But that is not the issue. The issue, I'm talking of Africa. So the challenge is sometimes the information is not provided. And another challenge is when it comes to verification. Before the creation of this, what do they call, PSC register, verification was used by information that is not updated, is not accurate, is not really reliable. But now that is done perfectly. So some of the challenges are gone. But majorly before now, the challenges that they had with beneficial ownership information is towards the verification aspect.
Thank you. So do we have other challenges in the capital market?
Well, for the challenges, maybe I'll be looking at the nominee accounts and custodians. that hold assets on behalf of nominees. Yeah, so it's actually hard. I don't know, they find it extremely difficult to disclose the beneficiaries of those assets. So I think those are some of the challenges we have. So we'll have to find how to get around it to ensure that some of these information are received, probably when we need them, but it's important that they're in place.
All right. So it's all about getting accurate data, right? And then being able to verify them. I wonder if there are sanctions for inappropriate disclosure on the part of these financial institutions, both in the money market and the capital market. Because if you get data from, or if you get personal data from your clients and you don't verify before submitting same information or passing on same information to the regulator, who then puts, and then the CAC, who then puts it in the register, then we find out later that they're unreliable. Shouldn't there be some kind of deterrent? I'm just thinking aloud. But again, I think in the capital market, we've got that layer, the onion layer, especially with funds, where different entities invest in the funds. Sometimes funds invest in funds and all of that. Is it possible to actually unpack funds to the extent of knowing the beneficial owner? So you have a mutual fund where a hedge fund invests in, or where a global fund manager also brings in funds and all of that. So who is then the beneficial owner to be disclosed?
Okay, in terms of fund management firms, they are legal entities. For a fund management company to be registered with the funds they manage, I think that is a bit more complex, trying to get the beneficial owners of those funds. But I think that with respect to the fund, it's all about how much holding, the investors have in those funds. But that's a gray area, and we might have to look at it again.
All right, so Mr. Buhari, let's talk about reforms. Is there any key reform that is worthy of mention in terms of these segments? Is there any key reform that you know supports compliance with the beneficial ownership disclosure requirement?
I think that is the first question I answered, but I can elaborate more. One of the key reform in terms of beneficial ownership measures in Nigeria is this beneficial ownership register. It has been very, very useful to all financial institutions. They can testify to you on that, whereby they can do their search and also verify the information given to them by their clients. So the key, and even globally, even GIABA and FATF recognize that reform as a very important reform. It is the first one in Africa that was aligned to that open data standard. Thank you.
So it means that Nigeria gets the first again in disclosure of beneficial ownership, and I hope we're doing it well. I actually wonder if technology has a place in this, and I'm going to go through that open. So I am a moderator that will moderate even the audience. So who is able to speak to the use of technology? And I'm asking the audience, and this is Jermaine. So those of you who are seated here as compliance officers, I believe that to a large extent you must have been complying with the requirements for disclosure of beneficial owners. You must also have your pain points or some experiences that you think could be changed for the better. So I'd like somebody who is able to talk about the use of technology. Given your experience, how do you think technology can help us better in gathering the beneficial ownership data in Nigeria? And I'm asking the audience. Are we perfect? Do we need to have any improvement in collection of this data? And if yes, is technology able to help? Okay, so like we already have a perfect. Okay, there are hands up at the back there. Or in the middle of the hall. I saw some hands now. Is somebody trying to ask a question over there or answer the question? I saw a hand up. Okay.
Okay. Okay, yeah, so yes, technology is really helping. So when you look at, especially the AML solution providers, most of these vendors, and you look at
I think the mic is not working.
Okay. So when you look at the AML solution and the content, you will see how big our technology is and how fast that we are growing. We've seen most of them, especially when you are looking at politically exposed persons, even people that are probably just elected probably a few days ago. Some of these AML solutions just throw up their names even when you are trying to open an account or do probably search for information. So the same thing, they embed most of this sanction lists in most of their stuff. So it's been very, very helpful. And they also give room for even the operators to update their own list. Maybe you have people you want to create as watch list, you want to be monitoring. They also give room for that so that at least internally you should be able to. So yes, I think technology has been very, very helpful in terms of this fight.
Thank you very much.
Also, if technology is very key, there is no way you can run away from it. Use of AI, get information even from social media, it can help you identify beneficial owners. Then I also want to bring the issue of complex structure. It's also a huge challenge when you are identifying beneficial ownership. Like in Central Bank now, when we are licensing financial institutions, once we unveil a director, that is a company director, once we see another company as a beneficial owner, we unveil that second company, we see another company beneficial, we are out. That is our threshold. And as banks too, they should have that. If the structure is too complex for you to manage the money laundering, terrorism, financing risk of that transaction, you should check out. Central Bank, too unveiling, if we don't see an individual, we are out. I hope that helps.
Don't see an individual, that's it.
Sorry, can I speak now?
Sorry? Okay, go ahead.
Yes, please. The question you asked, the gentleman has spoken about the first part. The second part, I think for technology, for CAC, for beneficial ownership, I think the next level is how to create APIs so that financial institutions can utilize that information without needing to go to a site and start manually scrolling through, clicking, because it clicks about 2 or 3 levels to click. I take about 2 levels or 3 to search for it. So I have to put the RC number, then sometimes there'll be no data there. That's one problem. But then when I click the RC number, I still have to click again to start finding who the people are. Creating an API, the way the BVN, etc. exists, means that we can do it. Oh, camera cannot see me. So the problem of being short. Okay, no problem. So let me take that again. If technology,
I heard you, just go ahead. I heard you.
You heard me clearly?
Yeah.
Oh, brilliant. So if that can be done, and then if, to take it to the next level, which would be if there's a corporate entity behind the entity registered in the country, then it should come out as well. So if I click ABC Limited, and there are 2 shareholders and the third shareholder is a company, it should also pull that out as well through the API. It means that no institution would have an excuse to SEC or CBN because the API feed gives you all you need, which is what you get with BVN and NIN. Just wanted to say that that's the next level technology can do for us from the CAC level. Thank you.
Thank you very much, and I think that's apt. I also heard your contribution, the first person who spoke, who says, well, technology is already assisting in data submission and gathering. And then the very tough one said by Mr. Buhari here, we don't see you after 2 times, then we don't do business with you. We can't rely on you. It makes a lot of sense. But I also take very seriously the contribution on APIs. And I wish CAC were here, but I'm sure that the rapporteurs will capture that. It's just about access. So can we make access to data easier and faster for people using APIs? I think Stella wanted to chip in something, right?
With respect to the earlier question you asked, which was as it relates to funds and how BOs are being identified. When you onboard your clients onto any fund, when they want to buy shares or units in your collective investment schemes, you naturally would have to, particularly when they're legal entities, you have to identify the natural persons. And then where they're entities, you run them through the BO register with the CAC. And then where there are funds feeding the fund, what you need to do is to also get the identity of the persons behind the fund, because it is assumed that the funds itself must have also carried out some due diligence on clients behind the funds. And then with respect to sanctions, under the FATF requirements, sanctions must be dissuasive, and then they must be proportionate, amongst other things. And it's important that capital market operators comply with the BO requirements. As we speak, under the Investment and Securities Act and under our rules, I'm not sure there is any penalty that's below 5 million. So if you're not ready to pay 5 million and above, you're encouraged to please run through your legal entities on the BO register with the CAC, and then any other open source that is necessary. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Mr. Fintech. Mr. Abdurrashid, can we have the mic in front here, please?
Thank you. There's just one pressing issue that has been burning on the front burner of FATF, and it relates to KYC. I'm talking from the point of view of virtual asset service providers. When the transactions are going on, different VASPs use different software to acquire KYC. Unfortunately, these softwares do not speak to each other. What I mean is, if Digital Exchange A is having a transaction that crosses to Digital Exchange B, and they are using 2 different software for KYC, they don't get to speak. There's no handshake. So if the digital asset service provider's client is one that has done KYC, the second digital asset will not be able to access that information. So transactions can't really take place between 2 digital assets. A solution to that, which is a suggestion that I think should be shared with FATF, is that all companies that have software that collects KYC should be asked to come together and create a protocol where they can speak to each other. This will help. Why? SEC doesn't have to tell all the VASP in Nigeria that you must use this particular KYC software, which will amount to like giving support to one particular company over the other. But if they all can communicate, it will do a good job. An example in a different sector is the telecoms sector. If I use a Nokia phone and you use an iPhone and somebody else uses a Samsung phone, if we make calls, we can talk to each other. But the phones were not manufactured by the same people. But there's a protocol that allows each phone, each manufacturer's product, to communicate with the other. If that can be done in that industry for KYC, it will help a lot and it will hasten compliance when it comes to KYC in the travel rule for most VASPs in the world.
So just to ask, if that is done, is that going to enable us to have like a central KYC repository, or what would it do? Why do people need to have access to one another's KYC?
Okay, so for example, I want to buy Bitcoins through digital exchange A, and you are on digital exchange B, and you want to sell Bitcoins. And my own digital assets, my own digital exchange is using XYZ KYC software, and yours is using BXTT KYC software. My exchange will not be able to communicate my KYC to yours. And your exchange will only allow transactions to take place if there's KYC. So if you can't get access to mine, which is on a different software's database, how would that transaction take place? So all that protocol will be doing is just to allow handshake between the various KYC software, and transactions can take place complying to FATF recommendations and AML CFT regulations.
All right.
That's what we do.
That's well taken. I just wonder if before FATF does it, is it possible to do it on a regional basis? So can Nigeria legislate such ahead of FATF?
You know, because these are companies that were created to make profit.
Yeah.
It wouldn't be exactly easy to give them instructions. You get? It's only the regulators of their own industry that will be able to give that instruction.
You know, the travel rule requires that the originating VASP should send that information to the receiving VASP on that. It should send before that transaction should be consummated.
I understand.
So how can you do that transaction without that happening?
Okay, so what this will facilitate is faster transaction. Because if you are sending information ahead of a transaction, it means there's a waiting period, even if it's microseconds. Because you see, these transactions are taking place on a technology. And because it's based on a technology, time is of essence. So if you already have a system where these information can be verified as and when the transaction is being consummated, it helps.
Well, okay, let's not overflow the issue. Yes. We take it as a feedback, and we'll see how it goes. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Sorry. Okay. All right, thank you very much. We're rounding up. I'll give my panelists the chance to give their last words on the panel, starting with Stella.
So I wanted to ask our fintech guru, Mr. Abdul Rashid, what he would have thought about non-custodial wallets, private wallets, when it, with respect to information. But that will be bilateral. I'll discuss with him later. I'm always on his neck. But with respect to beneficial ownership, it's all about transparency. It's all about disclosure. If you have that in mind, then it's a walk in the park to just run through your clients, on whatever open sources you could have, and then through the CAC BO list. And then for nominee accounts, it's important that you have information intact. Like I said, it should be adequate, it should be accurate, it should be up to date, and then it should be accessible. So whenever SEC sees a need to access that information, it comes in timeously. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Final words.
Nothing much to say, but that is why I said it is important that there is a central coordinating body for this VASP, because one stakeholder cannot regulate the activities of these institutions alone. We need to have all the stakeholders, relevant stakeholders, come together, identify a regulatory framework. Everybody knows his role, and before you know it, even these issues you are raising will be solved easier. Thank you.
All right. Thank you very much. The audience, I flipped it. So rather than ask you to ask us questions, I decided to ask you questions. And thank you very much for your active participation. Thank you to my panelists, Ms. Stella Datemi and Mr. Issa Buhari, Stella from CBN and Mr. Musa Issa Buhari from CBN. Let me also just say that the SEC already has a VASP rule that you all know. It is undergoing amendment, and I'm sure that it will come out better and stronger than it is when we are done. Thank you very much for giving us time to speak with you, and we'll sign out now. Bye.
Okay, thank you, Mrs. Rufai. Mrs. Rufai used to be the head of Lagos Zonal Office, and she's home. Yeah, used to be the head of Lagos Zonal Office and head of REMI today. So please, can you join the Executive Commissioner and NCMI, of course, please, for a good photograph. No. The commissioner is coming, and the MD of the NCMI. Would they need to come front a bit? Please come to the front a bit. Yeah. Thank you. So at this point, we would like to take some, we'll have to take some comments. We know some of us have to go back to work, but we try to make it as smart as we can. But while the lunch is being set up, we want to have a few comments and any further clarifications. Where are the ushers, please? We need the mics around. Any comments? Anybody want to make comments? Any further clarification, questions? Okay, I have one person. Then there's somebody who couldn't take his question because he had to. Who else? We have three. Where are the ushers, please? The mic. I think I'll give the option to the last. That is you. Yes, please. You start first. Can you stand up, please, so they identify you? Thank you. Let him start. But keep it simple.
Thank you very much. So from the first presentation we had today, highlighting some key additions to the new ISA, the ISA 2025. So we can see now that the online forex trading is now under SEC's purview to regulate. So my question is to find out how soon will SEC roll out regulatory guidelines to regulate online forex trading, because we also notice proliferations of forex trading platforms across Nigeria.
Okay, thank you. I think Danabu will take that on forex trading. Who else? Take the mic to, okay, see. Yeah, go. See the man behind you there, yeah. Who was the first?
I said, sorry, sir.
Good afternoon, the moderator, distinguished ladies and gentlemen.
Please, can we see you? We don't know who is speaking.
My name is Ugunwa Boniface Oko, representing UCML Securities. Now, I want to make this clarification. In the process of harmonization of effort to enable Nigeria sustain the exit from the gray list, now, is there any way the regulators can come up with a particular portal or a framework where regulatory reporting will be filed, since there is a way they can communicate with each other? For instance, instead of filing maybe TR report to NFIU and SEC, and SCUMA as the case may be, they can have a particular one framework where these things will be filed and all the affected agencies will be copied and they can access it at once, instead of allowing entities to start filing individual to various entities. Thank you.
Thank you. Next question. I think this question should go to monitoring. Yes. Who next? Razak will take that question. Who next? Next question. There's a lady here. Yes.
Thank you, sir. Okay, I just want to find out, due to challenges we usually experience in retrieving KYC documents from clients, so I just want to find out from the SEC, is there a dedicated channel through which onboarding managers in different CMOs can actually clarify maybe certain KYC or AML issues directly with the SEC in real time?
Okay. Monitoring, I think that goes to you as well. Any more questions? So let's speak to this first. Mr. Abu, please. Trading platform, forex trading,
Okay.
the guideline.
Yeah, the commission is currently drawing up the rules for the online forex ecosystem, and once the rules are ready, it will be exposed for stakeholders to give their comments before it is now approved and put into action. I would like to assist monitoring answering that question about a dedicated platform. Because that platform is going to involve various agencies, it's not going to be a departmental question. It will be an entity-based question. And what will need to be done is for the various agencies that get all these reports to sit down together to see if this is something that is feasible and then come up with it. But it will not be the decision of one agency.
Yeah, I'm aware. But monitoring have a few to speak. Because I know because of our fragmented regulatory system in Nigeria, of course, just like you said, one agency cannot take that decision. So,
yeah, and the truth is that we do have conversations. That's the stakeholders in this field. We do have conversations when issues like this come up. And it's at those types of fora that we do come to a final decision on whether that is feasible or not. Thank you.
okay, so the issue of KYC monitoring, is it possible you speak to it? No, it has to do with a dedicated channel where KYC issues can be raised there.
KYC issues.
Yes, if there is a dedicated platform where KYC issues can be raised and clarified.
Perhaps if I understand the exact issue with KYC. I mean, the question is not clear, please.
So what I said is there are instances where we have pushbacks from customers we are trying to onboard. You know, sometimes do we simplify this KYC or go further? So there are instances where we need to clarify from SEC. Should we go ahead and onboard the client based on these documentations we have received? So I'm thinking, could we have like a dedicated channel where we could ask questions concerning KYC documentation? Especially there are certain clients, maybe that already have like existing relationship with custodians, that it's difficult most times getting information from them. So that's why most times we want to come to SEC to clarify, you know, should we simplify this, or should we go ahead based on certain documentations we have received and go ahead and onboard the customer?
Issues of KYC it's a rule-based thing. We have the rules. You comply with the rules. You don't need a dedicated portal whereby you need to revert to SEC to ask whether you are to register your client or to do this to your client. We have rules. You need to comply with the rules. Simple. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much for those clarifications and answers. I guess at this point, we'll close and lunch is served. Okay, one more question. All right.
Okay, my name is Chikwere Ogechi from Spring Trust. I want to say something on the KYC. Please, we should understand, except CSCS, that can verify people's identity when you put their bank account. It will clarify you that if the account goes, it will show that this person is verified. But apart from that, us being a stockbroker, we cannot verify most of the clients, because what we are facing these days, people clone signatures. And you yourself, you say we should do verification, KYC verification. And these people that clone the signature and come to us, we don't know how to verify if we don't have a central portal that can verify the KYC. Thank you.
I think that was a clarification. So, any NGS, do you want to speak to this NGS regulation on the issue of KYC? Yes. Please, can we pass the mic to him?
Okay. Good afternoon. I think for what I can say about KYC is perhaps one of the biggest. The world has gone fully digital, and we see young investors wanting to come into the market. They want to be onboarded very quickly. And perhaps what we are seeing is that some of the KYC processes and procedures in the market today can be very rigorous, and some investors are not patient enough. And I think that some of the connection points as well, in the past, there used to be the NIBS portal was integrated with some of the operators, and they could easily validate and verify KYC requirements. I think there have been certain challenges with that from what we've heard, some of the comments that we've heard going forward. I think we probably want to have a look at this thing because you want to grow the market, particularly the retail segment of the market. But KYC can sometimes be a bit of a challenge, right? I know there's a 3-tier KYC requirement that sort of tries to simplify the process. But most certainly, as a marketplace where we're trying to grow, millions of investors, KYC can sometimes, and I'll give you a very simple example. You might have I think from what I'm hearing, you might have an account with that operates within a financial holding structure, maybe capital, an asset management. And then opening an account maybe with the stockbroking entity might still be problematic because each entity is under the law, under the rules. Each entity is responsible for its own KYC. And so they have to follow all of those processes and procedures, again. You have a system in the country where you have BVN, you have NIN, you have all of these different databases. And I think we just have to find a way where we can make this thing a little bit easier to really grow the market, right? To really grow the number of investors that we're looking for. I think that would be a perspective from an exchange perspective. But of course, like I said, KYC, each entity is responsible for its own KYC. The rules are clear, but we have to just try to find a way. NIBS is there. There's a way they manage, they can validate identities. Let's make the process a bit easier. There are too many different databases. They all need to sort of sync and speak to each other to make the whole process a lot easier. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other responses or comments? Okay.
Okay. Good afternoon, sirs. My name is Peter Akudike. I work for Luno. So I would like us to take a cue from what the CBN did in 2013. The banks were collecting different KYC for their customers across different banks. What they simply did was come up with a uniform account opening form for the banking industry. And that cleared out the whole problem with KYC. This bank is collecting this one is not collecting this. If we can follow that route, we can be able to solve this problem. So across whichever sector it is under the Security and Exchange Commission, we can have a uniform account opening form for individuals and for corporates. Thank you.
Thank you. I think Mrs. Rufai wants to speak as well.
Thank you. So I just want to respond to the last speaker and
First, I want to agree that what you said was germane. The Commission, if you all recall, started an identity management project, I would say, through the Identity Management Committee led by AG a few years ago. We had various workshops last year, the grand one, I think, sometime before the end of last year, where we made proposals, including unifying the data set required for KYC. And then it's meant to culminate in having a central registry for KYC in the market. The project is yet to be concluded, but I think I take this as a pointer to us moving faster on that project. Thank you.
Thank you very much. At this point, we need to close so that we can run back to our offices, but not before taking our lunch. Be reminded that tomorrow we want to start here at 8:45. So please, we expect all of us to be seated so we can close as quick as possible. I guess everybody loves it that we are closing at 3:30. So thank you and enjoy your lunch. So for lunch, the executives will have to go this way, same way you had your tea this morning. Please. Same way we had our tea. Thank you.
Please, you can scan the code on the screen for you to access the agenda so you can plan your day tomorrow. Thank you very much.
Thank you.